Step into the world of the paranormal, where mysteries unfold. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications for our newest eerie adventures. Prepare for thrills that keep you on edge. While watching a movie, my bedroom suddenly became foggy and smelled like weed. Back in the early 2000s, my cousins and I are laid up in my bedroom watching scary movies. The movie we were currently watching, that was Evil Dead. Suddenly, my room is heavy with fog. It's so thick we can hardly see around us. It smells like pot as well. Turn to my cousin and we both have a what the fuck face. As quickly as it came, it was gone. We laugh it off, mostly out of shock, and I tell her if somebody so happens to smell that, you let them know I wasn't smoking weed. I was a little paranoid because I did have some certain family members who treated me like shit. 100% thought I was going to do bad things only because I was a teenager and because I dressed quote-unquote goth. Later on the next morning, we find out a close childhood, longtime friend of my mom's passed away from cancer around the time when the fog appeared. My mom and her friends grew up together, spent a lot of time at the home. The bedroom was my mom's. One of their favorite movies to watch together was Evil Dead. I believe it was Todd who had to stop by a place that meant a lot to him before passing on. He also had to light up a blunt, sit for a minute enjoying a movie he watched as a teen when hanging out with my mom and the rest of their friends before crossing over. Son saw husband when he wasn't there. Son saw husband before he was there. This happened yesterday afternoon. My son is 16 and not the most observant or chatty. In fact, he mainly just grunts. Yesterday I was washing up. He said from the living room, "That's weird, I'm sure I've just seen Dad go around the corner in a work van." My husband took my blue car to work yesterday as the battery had been discharging. He wanted to see, if a longer run would charge it. His work vans are gray with a logo on the side. He's maybe borrowed a work van 5 to 10 times in the years, so it's not really a frequent occurrence in the 10 years that he's worked there. A few minutes later, my husband was still not home, so I asked, "Are you sure it was Dad?" Son said, "Yeah, I think so. He was wearing a blue quarter zip and looked like Dad." But it was weird because he looked younger. It looked like his work van. So I went and stood at the front window to see if I could see him coming or something. We occasionally park around the corner in the cul-de-sac. Parking is quite tight outside our house. When my husband drives past in a gray work van, he's parking up outside and Son says, "That's what I just saw." So I said, maybe he couldn't find a space and he had to drive around the block. A minute or two later, my husband comes in and confirms it couldn't have been him. He hasn't driven past. My son and I are curious, so we walk around the corner to the cul-de-sac expecting to see a gray van. We wouldn't be able to, go to the driveway without seeing it, basically. He was wearing a blue quarter zip, his work uniform, and it's a buff hoodie. There was no van at all around the corner. The road's approximately 4 meters from the front window. Heard Mom and Dad while at Mom's grave yesterday. So some context would help, I guess. Dad died when I was 5 or 6. Can't remember for sure. It's been over 40 years now. He died from complications with a genetic disease. We didn't even know he had it. I have it too. It's hereditary. Mom died of bone cancer when I was 27. Dad was cremated and his ashes scattered in the marshes that he loved to fish in. Mom was buried here in town that we moved to. Yesterday I took advantage of a break in the rain to go leave flowers at Mom's tombstone. I just wanted to talk to her, I guess. It was emotional. I've been through it the last 2 years and nearly died 3 times bad. I was leaning on my walking aid in the car nearby as you drive into the cemetery as long as you're respectful. I'm glad the car was there. Cried a bit and how scared I was the 3rd time. I really thought I was going to die, and I don't want to leave my sister alone. That's when I heard Mom and Dad clear as day. You're fine, son. It wasn't your time to join us. Don't worry. We're still protecting you. I won't lie that scared me at first. I feel kind of relieved, though, I guess. Relieved that my parents are still watching over me, despite me abandoning the family religion years ago. Methodist. Shadow people or Hatman lore throughout history. It seems strange to me that the Hatman seems to be mostly a story told starting online around the early 2000s. But so many people have seen it, like myself. Without having any prior knowledge of the myth, you'd think that the accounts would go back much further, and perhaps be more prevalent in historical lore. The best I could find is the Scottish myth of the Brolican, a formless shapeshifter. Had red eyes, and it attempts to possess its victims. The possessed can be identified by the red eyes. Or the Middle Eastern tale of the Jinn, describing them as being of smoke and fire with the ability to possess people and animals. The modern accounts vary a bit, but it's commonly seen as a tall shadow-like figure with a wide-brimmed hat. It's made up of shadow. At the time, seen with small glowing red eyes. I couldn't see the eyes myself until it was extremely close. That's seconds before it jumped in me, at which point the last thing I could see were those red eyes. A strong feeling of malevolence or evil often accompanies the sightings as well. I don't personally believe in evil, but evil would be the best way to describe the feeling I felt in its presence. Anybody know of any other tales, lore, or accounts throughout our history? My dad crawled out from under my bed. I was around 6 when it happened. My parents had tucked me in for bed. I live in the rural countryside, so nighttime is very quiet. No sounds of cars. It's usually very peaceful. I was laying on my back when suddenly I heard the sound of long nails scratching the wood under my bed. The reason this incident sticks out to me is because I can still remember the feeling of my heart dropping out of my stomach and feeling paralyzed with fear. I was about to call out for my parents. That's when my dad crawled out from under my bed and stood up in the dark looking at me. He said, "You forgot to say your prayers," then walked out of my room. I was understandably shocked. I didn't leave my bed afterwards and must have fallen asleep at some point. My dad would normally tell me to say my prayers before bed, so it seemed like something he would say, but I have no idea what would possess him to hide under my bed. My dad denies ever doing this. I brought it up numerous times over the years, but he's never admitted to doing it. I never really considered until, recently that he definitely doesn't have nails long enough to make the deep scratching sounds that I heard. What do you guys think? Maybe I fell asleep and had a vivid dream. I also considered it could be something paranormal too. Well, I will say that things that you feel guilty about do show up in your dreams. Either or. Paralysis demon or spirit trying to get my attention. About a month ago, I had a dream about grocery shopping with my partner and our child. We were helping other people reach items from the top of the shelves. Someone dropped a glass jar on one side of the aisle, so I went through the employee door to get a broom and help clean it up. When I went through, it was a small janitor closet with a high school bathroom attached to it. Some of my old classmates are all looking at me. Some standing on toilets looking over the walls, some standing outside the stalls just staring. When I walked back through the door, the dream turned into me actually being in my bed. But I wasn't looking through my eyes. My point of view was above my head looking down at myself. Standing next to the bed was a gray woman with hollow eye sockets and black hair holding like a Motorola flip phone. She was whispering shit into my ear, but I couldn't make out what she was saying. The phone had a message highlighted that said, "In the winter." Once I read it, she stopped whispering, shut the phone, and I woke up in the exact same position, freaking out because I could still feel her next to the bed. Just this morning, I had a dream I was in my room, but this time through my normal point of view. My left arm behind my head, so my armpit was exposed. I saw the same woman, but only her hand and arm. She stuck her finger in my armpit, and I thought she was trying to tickle me. But after a few times of her poking me, she started to dig her finger into it. It was hurting me. I knew I was dreaming and kept trying to wake myself up. Finally I did, and it was 2 a.m. Scooted myself closer to my kid and boyfriend because I was a little on edge and I was trying to go back to sleep. We all get up to get dressed, and before I could even tell my boyfriend about my dream, he's excited for that once he remembered his dream last night. He tells me in the dream that we're in our bed having a conversation. Out of nowhere, I stop paying attention to him. I stare next to my nightstand, which is where this woman always is. He then starts to see the woman, the lady I've dreamt about, just standing next to the bed. He lays flat on the bed and is trying to get my attention by making a little psst, psst, psst noise. I'm not letting up. He's now trying to wiggle his body slowly so our feet touch and it'll break my concentration on the lady. He ends up waking up in his exact dream position. That's around 6-ish. I'm not sure if this is a paralysis demon just messing with me. I've never had instances like this until we moved into this house. Or perhaps this is a spirit guide that's trying to get my attention and communicate something important to me. If she is trying to tell me something, it must be so important that she had to visit both of us in the same night. But I don't know what to make of this. One person from the other sub said it may be an attachment. Knocking and clicking noises in my bedroom at night. The keyboard clicking noises are apparently a common occurrence with other people who have the same type of mechanical keyboard as I do. It's a Razor Black Widow Huntsman. The clicking and creaking noises of the chassis are attributed to the changing air pressure and dropping temperature from day and night, causing the keys to release air and the plastic to retract. No ghosties after all. And I've been dealing with some strange noises in my bedroom for the past couple of months. It wasn't every night, but the frequency seems to be increasing. Whenever I'm in bed trying to sleep, I hear knocking sounds and my mechanical keyboard clicking, like somebody's touching it or pressing keys. Not all at once, but like a random key here, but the frequency of the knocks and creaking and the clicking of the keyboard increases, especially when I'm in bed, lights off, actively trying to sleep. Last night the sounds were particularly frequent. I was so exhausted, but I couldn't sleep because the noises were keeping me awake. I decided to put in some earplugs. After putting in my earplugs, the second I laid my head down on the pillow, I heard a loud bang. It made me jump and really startled me. Made me jump. Second time. Asked my partner if they heard anything because it was loud even though my earplugs, but they didn't. He suggested it could be something in the bathroom or noise from the neighbor. Felt like the sound was right next to me. I don't want to keep feeding into it, but it is really unsettling. Like I really, really wanted to leave me alone for the knocking and clicking to stop. Does anybody have a similar experience or can give some advice to stop these things from happening? Please let me know. I need advice from my fiancé. I'm kind of familiar with the paranormal, but my fiancé's not. But he does have a problem. He's afraid of the dark. The pitch dark, that is. He says ever since he was 6, he would see these, like, floating eyes in the middle of the room staring at him once the room was pitch black. Before he would turn the light on in his later years, he commented to me that every time he stared at the eyes, it seemed like there was an intense pressure on his chest. He'd be scared he would die each time. My family lives on a big piece of land. Currently, US or us, we live in an apartment about 20 minutes from my fam. My grandparents just had a house placed for themselves on acreage farther back in the forest that we own. I've known that their land is haunted or cursed or something. My parents and siblings live on the land as well as my uncle and aunt. We've all seen some crazy shit. I can elaborate on my stories if you wish. Now, this is relevant because due to the hauntings taking place in my parents' house where I've lived not even 2 years ago, and the things that have happened to me, I feel as if I might have an attachment. But not only me. I think those eyes that my fiancé sees as his own attachment. They show up on my family's land sometimes when we're around during the night and seems to give him the strongest reaction. I have no idea what they are. They follow him no matter what home, no matter what land, and we can just feel them. I want to know what they are. The closest I got was maybe a witch, but that doesn't make sense. Does anybody have a clue what could be attached to him? FYI, it stalked him and copied my voice around 3 times since we moved into our apartment. My vote also does not go to witches. My friend used to experience something quite horrifying. I suggested he should post this on the internet. Things used to happen to me that I can't explain. I still have trauma from them. I'll try to describe them to you, and I'd be glad if somebody who might know what's going on could respond. I lived with my dad in a house that wasn't pretty to look at. We didn't have much money. So the house was never really fixed up. When all my siblings left to live on their own lives, I stayed with my dad alone. It was my sister's room. Or rather, that's where I was, or where I was staying. My sister used to experience paranormal phenomena in that room because her dead brother. Edit for added context. Our means my friends and sisters. Our friend's brother, who died when I was young, used to visit her. At the time I was in my sister's room, I didn't know about it. Every day at around 1 a.m. I heard noises, like someone walking back and forth on all fours. It seemed quite disturbing to me. Then I heard and saw something pushing on the door, but they were closed, so they didn't open. This happened every day, so I started barricading the door with a barrel of wood to make sure it couldn't get inside. This went on every day for about a week. I did an experiment where before going to bed I left the light on. And of course I was barricaded in, so nobody could get inside. The next day I woke up and the light was off. The barricade was still in place. And I should note that I'm not a sleepwalker. When I woke up, I thought the bulb had burned out. When I tried the switch, the light turned on normally. So somebody must have turned it off. Dad couldn't have gotten inside because of the barricade. So it couldn't have been him. Besides, he would have been upset that I left the light on. But he was calm and the barricade was still intact. Because of these things, I started having sleep paralysis almost every day. Even a normal dream would turn into sleep paralysis, or I would experience it as soon as I was falling asleep. I'll give you an example of one of my episodes of sleep paralysis. I was in a dream where I greeted a friend. We were about to high-five, but before we could, everything started to ripple and spin. We spoke in a language that sped up, slowed down, or was in reverse. A kind of language that gives you goosebumps. Suddenly I woke up from the dream and saw the 2 of us in front of me, continuing to speak in that strange language. I noticed that our faces were deformed, like uncanny valley type of deformed, and well, this lasted about 40 seconds. When all these things were happening, I was scared to go to the bathroom. One time, I went to the bathroom with a flashlight. He had the bathroom window open. Outside the window was our dog's bed. Whenever he wanted to come to us, he would whine. But at that time of night, he was always this strange, whining, almost unnatural. He would always get closer to the window. I would quickly run back to my room before whining to get too close to the window. Does anybody know what this could be? Why was this happening to me? What kind of entity was doing this? I'm also wondering if the entity somehow influenced the sleep paralysis, making it so frequent, or something else was living in the room with me. I think it's possible because of the experiment with the light. I'd appreciate any comments. Several encounters with the Hatman. The first time was when I was 5 or 6. My family was living in a house my parents had contracted to build. So it wasn't really by any means an old house. One morning, like crack of dawn early, I used to be an early riser, my older brother and I were making toaster strudels. I don't quite recall the reason I had wandered into the hall that connected the kitchen to the entryway, but I did. When I was halfway down the hall, when I saw a tall shadow wearing a hat of some kind. It was hovering a few feet off the floor. I screamed, ran to get my brother. But by the time we went back to the entryway, it was gone. The second time was at a completely different house, also freshly built as part of a new subdivision. I was also a teenager in high school at the time. This encounter has less of a story. I was home alone one night and the lights downstairs were off. Only light on was the upstairs hallway. I got hungry, went down to get something to eat. As I came back down the stairs, I felt strange. I had this strange urge to run up them to my room, which was right at the top of the stairs, by the way. When I reached the second floor halfway, I checked to look behind me. I saw the same hat-wearing figure at the bottom of the stairs. Now, with the way the light fell, it could have been my own shadow, but it wasn't. My shadow was on the stairs. The entity was on the ground floor, again hovering just above the floor. His form somehow distinct from the darkness of the unilluminated lower floor. I promptly entered my room and decided not to go downstairs until morning. A few years later, at the third house. This time the house was a bit older, as in not built for my parents. They just moved into it. I was living at home after college. Again, late one night I went downstairs to get a late-night snack. Not being as familiar with the house, I did turn the lights on to navigate to the kitchen, turning them back off as I went back upstairs. I once again felt the urge to run up the stairs. So turning around to the top, once again I saw a shadow of a man in a hat. I looked away, then back, and he was gone. Now I haven't seen it since, and I now live in my parents' newest house. Another one that they built. I've only seen this entity those 3 times, and each time was late night or early morning. All different houses owned by my parents. Always by the front door. Always a shadow in a hat. I specify my parents own the houses because I never saw them in my friends' houses. At least when I stayed over, or in the hotels, or on vacations. I didn't see it at either of my apartments in college, nor while I briefly lived with my grandmother, or at the apartment I lived in last year. It wasn't until recently I learned of the Hatman, paranormal entity seen by many worldwide with eerily similar descriptions despite no relation or contact between those who saw it. What do you guys think of a channel named the Hatman, with a shadow figure reading you stories? Trying to come up with another channel name. Shadowy figure between church and cemetery. When I was 15, 16, me and my friends would go morning walks at around 4 a.m. Since the sun rises at around 6 a.m., at 4 a.m. it was still pretty much fully dark outside. Two of my friends would come together as they lived close. They'd pick me up since my house was on the way to where we went for our walks. We lived in a hilly area. Near my house, there was a cemetery down the hill slope with a public step running down the slope and a church on the other side of the step. My friends would have to come down steps that joined the cemetery steps, but would have to take a right turn to my street just before entering the cemetery in the church area. But the whole area was visible from where they came. One morning, I was in my room getting ready while waiting for them. That's when I heard someone coming, running, and screaming. When I asked them what happened, they told me this. As they were coming down the steps, we could see a person coming up the steps between the cemetery and the church. The person looked old, according to their cadence, and had a huge load of something that they were carrying on their back. We initially were wondering what a person was doing up so early in the morning, but then we thought maybe it's an old lady going to maybe the morning market to sell her agricultural produce. A few minutes went by, and we noticed that the person hadn't moved forward at all. They still appeared like they were climbing up the steps, moving, but not actually moving forward. They stayed at the same position that we initially saw them in. There was only one street lamp. All you could really see was a black shadow coming up. But as we came down the steps and reached the intersection with my street, the person should have been only 10, maybe 15 feet away, but the figure had disappeared. And they couldn't even recall when it disappeared. I was very skeptical at first, thought that maybe it was some light or shadow tricks from the street lamp. Maybe the tree was involved or some light from the church or something. A few years passed, and one night I had dinner at my friend's place after class, and I was walking home at around 11 p.m. As I was walking down the same steps that they had before, I started to notice the silhouette of a person carrying a huge load on their back walking up the steps between the cemetery and the church. I didn't think much of it, but a couple of minutes later I had already walked down 5 feet or more from the first figure I saw. But the figure still seemed to be in the same place. But strangely, looking at the figure, it seemed to be coming up the steps. It was at this point that I remembered my friend's encounter, so I was keeping my eyes on this person and figure. I kept walking down the steps, nearing it, hoping that I could somehow get a clearer view of it. But as I got closer, the figure started to be much more blurry or hazy, like I couldn't see it properly. Even though I kept my eyes on it, by the time I reached the intersection with my street, there was no figure. And I stood there for a while. I wasn't scared, a little freaked out, yeah, but I was trying to rationalize it. I looked at the street lamp, lights from the church, anything that could have cast a shadow, but at the moment I couldn't see anything that could have produced such a thing. We got trapped in some sort of dimension. This was my first paranormal experience. It stayed with me since I was very young, around 3 or 4 years old, in fact. I remember it clearly in my mind's eye. It was a warm, sunny day when I was at my dad's cousin's house with their friend. They were about 10. They decided to take me to a nearby stream. I was still too little to walk all the way there. They took turns giving me piggyback rides. As we made our way to the stream, my dad's cousin and her friend talked about how the stream was haunted by a female spirit who would kidnap people and lead them astray. Just hearing this made me quite scared. To reach the stream, we had to go down a slope. There was a path that led to the bottom, flanked by a small agricultural field filled with corn on the left and a beautiful flower garden to the right. Both were fenced in, and the fence ran alongside the stream. On our way down, we spotted some friends in the agricultural field and called out to them. They told us to meet them at the stream, saying that they would join us shortly. When we finally reached the stream, I noticed a little gate by the flower garden, and it was unlocked. There was hardly any water. I started walking upstream. As we went, I saw rocks with carved faces, which really spooked me. Eventually, we caught up with our friends who urged us to follow them further upstream. However, I struggled to keep up with their pace. We turned a corner and suddenly found ourselves at a dead end. The stream stopped, blocked by a wall that seemed like it could be a waterfall if there were more water. Our friends had disappeared and we called out and there was no response. Since it was so sunny, my dad's cousin and her friend decided to turn back. We retraced our steps down the stream, but soon realized that we couldn't find the little path that we had taken. He had walked only 5 to 10 minutes upstream, but going back it felt like it had taken nearly a half an hour. We remembered that the path was between the field and the flower garden, and we shouldn't have reached it before reaching the flower garden, but now we were at the bottom edge of the flower garden. We were confused and honestly really scared that we didn't see any trace of it. It was like the cornfield and the garden just merged together seamlessly. Fortunately, we noticed a hole in the fence and decided to enter the garden. We made our way to the gate, which we were called, so it was also unlocked, and finally managed to exit the garden and found ourselves back on that path. Apparition in a customer's car. I've seen a few things over the years, and most of them are quite long stories that I dare say will take some time to commit to writing. However, this is a shorter and stranger one from a couple of years ago. Back about 3 years ago, I worked in a branch of Halfords. I was an audio tech fitting radios and cameras to cars. We also used to repair chipped windscreens. It was this task that led to the event in question. The customer had come to the desk to ask if we could look into repairing a chip in his windscreen. His car was an old Saab 900, a car that I'm particularly fond of. Wandered over to inspect the chip, and it wasn't too bad. I told the customer that, sure, you can sort this out for you. Wandered back to the store. I said that we needed to fill out some paperwork, and I informed him that this passenger would need to leave the car. He looked puzzled and said that he was traveling alone. Could have sworn I'd seen an old lady sitting in the car on the rear driver's side of the car. Anyways, I instructed our windscreen guy to go and fix the screen and gave him the keys. Came back in a few minutes later pale as a ghost. No pun intended. He informed me that upon approaching the car, he had noticed an old lady sitting in the back seat of the car. He had tried to get her attention to ask if she could leave the car, and he'd been pretty much unable to do so. He gently knocked on the window. She turned to look at him and promptly disappeared. Funnily enough, there was a slight disagreement at this point as to who was actually going to fix the windscreen, as we were both a little bit spooked. We both worked together on it. Well, mercifully, we completed the fix with no further dramas, and when we informed the customer of our experience, he just sort of nodded knowingly, mentioned that we weren't the first people to say something similar. My family met a ghost and interacted with it for years. Ask me anything. I grew up in a very old house in the Midwest that my parents got for steel. It was originally built as a hotel, and the seller was very, motivated to get rid of it. Growing up, weird little things happen all the time. The typical malarkey that's easy to ignore for years and years. Footsteps, strange shadows, the feeling of being watched or the feeling of being followed. Swearing that someone's in the room right as you wake up. The room in the basement that chills your blood every time for no reason. But the occasional hard-to-explain moments do happen. I moved to the West Coast in my 20s for school and self-discovery. During a visit from my family, my sister told me that they had met a ghost in the house. I was pretty skeptical, but my entire family backed her up. She was in her room and her radio had been acting up. So just on the off chance, she said, "Okay, if you are a ghost, could you just please stop it?" The radio turned off. She waited a moment and then said, "Wait, if you are a ghost, turn it on." The radio turns on. After some experimentation, they devised a system of communication. Volume up was yes, volume down was no. The digital readout on the volume was 0 to 30. So 1 was A, 2 was B, 3 was C, so on and so forth. If the radio turned off, then it was sort of a hard no or an off-limits question. Through the system, the ghost had explained that he wanted to be called Jason. He had died in the house in 1905, at age 5 when he was sick. And he, quote-unquote, lived in the house alongside of us. That's with his kind mother and his evil father. When they asked if he loved his father, the volume went to 0, turned off. In fact, he refused most questions about his father. Apparently, he was the cause of the more malevolent experiences that people had in that house. I was definitely intrigued and went back home that year to visit for a chance of experiencing this for myself. However, when I arrived, Jason refused to interact with me. I would leave the table and the radio would pop on. My sisters would call me back and the radio would turn off instantly. He didn't want anything to do with me. As I thought about this, I remembered an experience I had before moving to the West Coast. I'd been lying in bed one night and I felt a hand ruffle my hair playfully. I freaked out, shot out of bed, turned on the light, puffed out my chest, and overconfidently yelled, "You don't know who I am or what I'm capable of. If you try that again, you'll regret it. Don't you dare mess with me." And then several picture frames on my desk flew off into my floor belligerently. I stayed at a friend's house that night. On another night on my trip, after Jason refused to talk to me, I spoke out loud. "Hey, I'm sorry if it was you who I yelled at that one night. Bet you were trying to play or introduce yourself to me and I got scared. I didn't need to be so mean to you, and I understand if you don't want to talk to me." The radio turned on. "Hey, are you the Jason I've heard so much about?" The volume went up. "Did I tell you that night before I left?" The volume went up again and then went back down to a reasonable level. "I'm sorry about that. Can we be friends?" The volume goes up again. It was incredible. He'd introduced himself to several family friends as well to prove that he wasn't some sort of hacked radio. He would do additional tasks. He would ring our doorbell. He would push crayons around the table, and he would even do an incredible trick for us. You see, while asking about the logistics of being a ghost, he had volume up that he couldn't really travel anywhere almost instantly. Or rather, that he apparently could travel anywhere almost instantly. To test it, we called up a family friend on the West Coast. His friend put out a newspaper on their kitchen table. Jason then wound up visiting them, came back to set the volume to the date of the paper. The radio turned off for a moment, then seconds later it was set to 17. So friend said, "So close, the paper was for the 18th. Jason wasn't convinced. Volume up, volume down, 17. Volume up, down, 17, 17, 17, 17. The friend checked again and apologized. "Oh, no, he's right, I misremembered it. It's the paper from the 17th. He refused to answer questions about God or religion. He gave us a few answers that contradicted as well. He told us he didn't need to sleep, but he had told my sister a few months earlier that he did. One thing he seemed to know was how long he would be there. Through the volume sort of Ouija system, he told my sister he would be around until her 28th birthday. Then his family would move on to the next phase. At the time, this was a couple of years into the future. Sure enough, we never heard from him after that. During his time with us, he would occasionally visit our dreams. We would have these extremely realistic dreams where a boy in a white hooded robe would come say hi to us, ask to play hide and seek or something with us, ask us questions about ourselves, and then he would confirm with my sister that he had visited us. He used the radio primarily, but in the final year he got better at manipulating other electronics. He could make printers print messages. He could manipulate televisions. He could even send us texts in the last few months. My mother had texted me, "I see you," with a laugh emoji. That's when I was in the West Coast a couple of years after all this. I texted her back. "Did you come out here to visit? Where are you?" She was confused. She said that she was in the Midwest at home and her phone had no evidence of sending a text with that message to me. I texted back. "I think Jason sent me a message. Hi, Jason." I got a reply. "Hi, again tomorrow, not from my mom." My sister even once got a call with a picture of Obama in the caller ID saying Mr. President. There was nobody there. When she answered, and apparently there was no callback number. The radio confirmed with the volume up that Jason was goofing around. It was a wild few years with that crate haunting our other devices. My family still has that radio out just in case, but it hasn't turned on in years. My sister's now well into her 30s. I know this will be met with a lot of skepticism, even as I was very skeptical until I was able to meet it myself. However, I think it's finally time to share this, and to answer questions people might have about it. So what do you have? Ask me anything. Give me a call. I don't believe in spirits or anything, but today I and 2 witnesses had a strange occurrence. I'm someone that absolutely does not believe in ghosts, or spirits, or paranormal stuff at all. But today, 1 and 2 witnesses, including a close friend and a cashier at a clothing store, witnessed and experienced something they simply couldn't, defied all logical explanation. Because of that, I'm leaving this here, because I'm unsure where else to put it. A friend and I were hanging out today in Cincinnati on Vine Street. That's when we went to a clothing store because we wanted to look at some stuff. At one point, we ended up in the back of the store, then decided we were done and wanted to leave. I began to walk to the door when a shoe from a display stand in the middle of the store simply just flew up and over the shoe next to it, then landed right in front of me. Just out of nowhere. It literally jumped over the other shoe that was next to it and then landed right at my feet. I had laughed and started to pick it up. My friend said, "How the fuck did that happen?" The cashier working at the time said something to the effect of, "That was wild. I just saw that shoe jump at you." I picked it up, put it on, put it back on the display, and laughed it off. As I kept walking out, I made a joke about how it must have been Henry the ghost that we went on our way. Later in the afternoon, we stopped at a coffee shop. When we sat down, we sort of reflected on it some more. Realized how we brushed off something that we had no explanation for whatsoever, and realized how weird it is. Now I can't stop thinking about it because it was so odd. I have the urge to go back to the shop and see if maybe that security camera footage hopefully captured something in the event, because I'd love to know if we all just missed something obviously happening, and if it really was just as odd of an event as it seemed. We can't think of any explanation at all. There's no fishing wire on the shoe for them to use as a prank. I picked the shoe up and placed it back in the stand. The stand wasn't lopsided, it was perfectly flat. The stand was not in the area where a draft would have affected it, and there was no draft in the store anyways, much left a draft that could move a shoe. The door was just open at the time, and there really wasn't any wind or airflow in or out of the store or pressure difference. The stand, I guess, could have had a mechanism in it to launch the shoe. It's a small stand, and I saw nothing like any separation where a part would have come out as to act as a flinging mechanism. There's literally no logical explanation for this, and the more I think about it, the weirder it gets. A mimic of my sister answered the door. My aunt was telling me and she, and my niece, 12 years old, they came over to the house to drop some stuff off 2 days ago, around 8:30 at night. I try to leave my porch and kitchen lights off as much as possible to save, but I'll turn them on and answer the door for anyone. This interaction took place in the dark. No porch lights were on. The kitchen light wasn't on. My aunt was sitting in her car with her headlights on facing the door. So she watched this whole thing happen, basically. My niece knocked on my front door. I have a screen door. Said my sister answered the door but was behind the screen door. She said that she also saw my other sister's boyfriend standing behind her in the kitchen. She tried to ask me, but my sister didn't say anything to her. Just stared at her through the screen door. She said something seemed off about her. She got scared, so she ran back to the car. Told her mom what had happened. My 2 sisters and the boyfriend moved out going on 2 months ago. I live alone. I was home alone that night, and I was in my room the whole night. I didn't hear the knocking or talking or anything. The only thing I remember happening was my dog barking. I paused my TV, sat in silence, trying to hear anything that would make him bark, but heard nothing. I don't know what time that was, but I'm assuming he heard the knocking. I asked my aunt over and over again if she was sure that that happened, because I was home alone and there's no way either my sisters or my boyfriend could have answered the door. She and my niece swear that happened, and now I don't feel comfortable in my own home. My dog this morning kept growling and barking, and he's very sweet and quiet unless he feels threatened or in danger. It's like there was something I couldn't see or hear that freaked me out even more. Recently, I've had this fear of encountering a mimic since living home alone, so I'm very on edge. I don't know what to think of this, but wanted to share. Creepy 3-year-old story. My 3-year-old grandson, we can call him Adam. He's a rainbow baby. Of course, he doesn't know this or why he's considered to be a rainbow baby. He also has a little brother 19 months younger. We're going to call him Josh. So, I'm over babysitting and he said, "Grandma, I have a friend. We live in a different world and she had really big sores." I said, "Oh no, I'm sorry to hear this. What was her name?" "Rainbow, and she has really big sores." So freaked out and quickly text my daughter, their mom. She was too busy at work to answer. I mention this because I've gone back to read over the texts to verify my memory. Happened 3 years ago. So after thinking about this all day, I put both boys into the tub for a bath and asked Adam to tell me more about the rainbow. Adam said, "Well, first Rainbow was in Mommy's belly. Then I was in Mommy's belly, and then Josh was in Mommy's belly." Now, how would a 3-year-old know about any of this? He hadn't been to daycare or around any other kids, so it wasn't a story that we had heard. I will say that he has an amazing memory. He can remember back to his first birthday. He's extremely smart, and at 4 was multiplying in his head. I'm stumped. And the narrator over here is going to go look up what a rainbow baby is. And the narrator is back from looking, and I do recognize it. It's when you have a kid after you've had a miscarriage or something of the sort. Gives the family hope, usually. Sister and I saw a shadow person as kids. What could this have been? When my sister and I were in middle school, we were both in bed in our bunk beds in the middle of the night. My bedroom door opened. A tall shadow figure with no discernible features but a masculine stature that didn't match anyone living in the house stepped inside. Instead of approaching either of us, he picked up my guitar off the floor, strumming it a bit, set it back down, and on his way out bumped his hip on the desk, knocking down some pens. As soon as he left, I heard my sister ask, "Did you see that?" I had no idea she was even awake, too. She and I both got up and turned the light on. I remember finding a little water on the ground that I didn't remember spilling, but that might have been from a cup or something left on the desk. But I can't remember if there was one there or not. So I don't know if the water was left behind by the figure or if he made some spill when he hit the desk. We found all their evidence of him being there, and we haven't spoken of it since. It's been at least 15 years since that happened, and I just remembered it today. And now I'm wondering what that shadow thing could have been, or if anybody else has had any experiences like this. My sister and I aren't in contact anymore, so I can't really ask her. Any input is appreciated. There's a couch in my grandmother's house that I believe is cursed. I'm not sure what to really tag or to put for her in a cursed piece of furniture, but haunting seems, in my mind, to be the closest. When I visit my grandmother's house, among the living room, frozen in the 70s, lay a brown cloth couch. It almost lures you to sleep on it. When you sit on the couch, there's nothing notable that happens, but when you lay down and sleep on it, that's when it happens. Falling asleep on this couch is incredibly fast. And I don't fall asleep as fast in even not in my own bed. Upon falling asleep, you're afflicted by hellish nightmares, demented visions, and sorrowful tales. While dreaming, it's extremely hard to wake up. I'd provide examples of dreams, and I may, if you come to ask me, but that would take forever. There's quite a few. That being said, it's every single time I fall asleep on that couch, and it's never been a pleasant dream. I believe this object to be cursed. Any insight into what this could be would be greatly appreciated. The Man in Black. A haunting encounter. When I was 17, I experienced something that still haunts me to this day. It started one night in July, during a particularly warm and restless evening. I was lying in bed trying to fall asleep. That's when I noticed something strange outside my window. My room was on the second floor of our house. I had a clear view of the roof. That night the moon was full, casting an eerie light over everything. As I stared out trying to lull myself to sleep, I saw a figure standing on the roof. He was dressed in a long black coat and wore a black hat that cast a shadow over his face. What struck me the most were his eyes. They glowed a menacing red, piercing through the darkness. The figure didn't move, he just stood there watching. I felt a chill run down my spine. I wanted to scream. I was paralyzed with fear. After what felt like an eternity, I finally managed to close my eyes tightly and prayed for the figure to just disappear. When I opened them again, he was gone. I tried to convince myself it was a trick of the light or a vivid dream, but deep down I knew what I'd seen was real. I didn't tell anyone, figuring that they would think I was crazy. A few weeks passed without incident. I began to relax, thinking it was just my imagination. But then one night I woke up suddenly feeling an intense sense of dread. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw him again, this time standing right next to my bed. Same black coat, same hat, those terrifying red eyes. He was like a shadow, darker than the night itself. Couldn't move or scream, I could only stare in horror. He leaned closer. I felt a cold breeze brush against my face. Just as sudden as he had appeared, he vanished, leaving me trembling and drenched in sweat. These encounters left me shaken for months, but I never saw the figure again. But I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still watching and waiting. Even now, the memory of those red eyes haunts me, a reminder of the inexplicable and the unknown. Nights in the Province. I've seen a lot of posts about spooky stuff in Southeast Asia, so I wanted to share a weird experience from my childhood in the Philippines. When I was a kid, I shared a room with my brother and cousins in our old family home. I slept in the top bunk right next to a sort of jalousie window. Is that how you say that? Jalousie. Jalousie? One night, while my cousins were asleep, I was reading an e-book, and suddenly I heard tapping on the window, like long nails scratching against the glass. Figured it might be a neighbor or something. Tried to ignore it, but it kept going. I started to feel really uneasy. After about a minute, I got nervous and peeked out. There's nothing there, no shadows or shapes, just darkness. I thought maybe I was just tired. This continued every night around the same time. On the third night, I decided to check again. I wasn't going to open the window. I'd seen enough horror movies for that. I looked through the slats. I still saw nothing. I ended up using earphones to block it out. Years later, when the most of us are in university, we had a sleepover in one of our other cousins' flat. We started sharing spooky stories. I told my cousin about the tapping. To my surprise, my older cousin said that she heard it too. And that really freaked me out because up until that point, we both thought that we were just imagining things. Were we really just imagining it, or was there something more? Front door activity. About a year ago, my fiancé heard a loud and clear double knock on her bedroom door. He was home alone and went around the house and yard to make sure that no one was there. All the doors were locked, everything was secured. Then a few months ago, my fiancé and I heard rustling outside and our side gate open, which is right outside the wall our bed's headboard is pretty much up against. He got up and checked the backyard and made sure all the doors were locked. The next morning, my mom, who lived there, said that she heard the doorbell ring at exactly 3 a.m. When I told my fiancé, he said it was also 3 a.m. when we heard the side gate open. And after that, we put a new master lock on the gate. Tonight, my dad was out at a restaurant with his friend. Wouldn't be getting home until late. I was in the bathroom with my door open and I heard the front door unlock. Somebody came in, relocked it, threw their keys down into a key bowl near the front door and came down the hall. I assumed it was my dad getting home as expected. 10 minutes later, I heard my mom come out into the kitchen and went to ask her something about Dad. She said, "Oh, he's not home yet. I was just on the phone with him. He's still at the restaurant." My fiancé and everybody who has a key to our house was fully accounted for and had been in their bedrooms for the past hour. Checked all the doors and everything was locked and undisturbed. I do have a 3-year-old and I'm starting to get freaked out for her safety. Planning to install a camera doorbell in case there's something human, but I have a feeling it's paranormal. Anybody else experience anything like this? A very weird encounter with my mother. So when I was 8 or 9-ish, I regularly stayed up late. Still do. I think it had something to do with, usually listening to my parents fighting and the fact that I was on edge when they were both in the house. But anyways, that bit isn't important. What is important is that this was another night I was up late. Or late for a child. So 10, maybe 11. I had a TV in my room that was watching and was hanging out in the bed next to the heavily sleeping sister. I think I must have gotten the feeling I was being watched. So I looked over my shoulder and saw my mom standing over me. I still remember this like it could have been yesterday. It's such a clear thing in my mind, it makes me sure I experienced it. I wasn't dreaming. Her face was blank. Not literally, but there was absolutely nothing in her eyes. She wasn't smiling at me or frowning even. Her face was as neutral as it possibly could be and her eyes looked empty. It wasn't like she was looking through me, like some people describe. She was definitely looking at me. I remember already feeling weirdly uneasy just at this. I think partly because I hadn't seen her come. The TV, while I was definitely watching, was basically next to the door and I would have seen her come in by. But I assumed she was upset because I was up so late. I'd been caught staying up late before. I never ever missed seeing or hearing her or my dad coming upstairs or entering the room. I wish I could remember what I said, but I know that I tried to speak to her. She didn't respond at all. And now that I'm putting this to words properly, I don't think I recall her blinking even once. Tried a few times to get a reply. Every time all she did was stare at me with this terrible empty look. At some point, I hit under the covers, and I remember peeking out a few times to see her still looking at me, face unchanged. Then I turned to her and looked at the sister uncovered by the blankets. I remember wishing I could do something to hide her, too. Couldn't will myself to move because I was too afraid. Certainly didn't want to come out from under the covers. Well, when I look back, my mother wasn't there. I never ever heard her leave. The TV had gone black, not off, but on a blank screen, which was weird because I know it played shows constantly all night. It's never been on this black screen before or after this. You know when you have a TV connected to something and then you unplug the thing? Basically that screen. But there was no connection message. Nothing has been unplugged in any way. I stayed under the covers until I somehow just fell asleep. I don't remember how long it was or how long I was awake after she left, but I'm pretty sure it was still dark outside by the time I was asleep. Obviously, I asked my mom in the morning what the hell she'd been doing. I distinctly remembered this one, why she hadn't answered me. Of course, well, she had no idea what I was talking about. She said that she hadn't come up to see us or woken up at all the night before. I seriously doubt it was me dreaming or her sleepwalking. It was so real. Well, I recognize that sometimes dreams are like that. Mine are never so grounded in reality. I just have such a strong feeling about it. She's never sleepwalked, and, well, not before this story or after it. To this day, I think it's the weirdest thing I ever experienced. Haven't brought it up to her in years, but now that I write it down, I'm tempted. I came face to face with a 7-foot figure that defies what I know. I need your help, Reddit. I've randomly been thinking about this experience a lot and realized there's a whole community I can ask about it. For a little bit of background, this was, well, at my family home when I was a teenager. This was rural Indiana. I had already had other insanely weird ghostly experiences at this house and property. I'm into the weird and unknown. Although this experience, well, actually gets me pretty panicked anytime I think about it. I was walking my puppy Apollo by the wood line at night. We had a big yard, so obviously we had no leash on. This tree line was like huge woods too. It was pitch black, and usually I'm always paranoid in the dark, but I felt insanely weird that night. It really felt like something was watching me, like the physical reaction your body gets to it, like being stalked. I soon realized maybe I was more than paranoid and started to walk back down the gravel road back home, which was a bit away. We lived in an area where people would be caught hiding in the woods from the cops. It was a really sort of methed out area. I wasn't taking any chances. Neither would I. Well, I took only a couple of steps back when I heard this giant thunk sound. It legitimately sounded like somebody dropped a bag of bricks from up high. The sound came from inside the woods and sounded like it was parallel to me. I had my dog with me, so I was going to yell, "He fucking bites!" assuming it could have been another guy on the run, but before I said anything, this tall, like 7-foot tall figure comes out of the tree line. It had sickly white pale skin and was completely starved. I could see its bones poking out of the cloth that it wore around its waist. Human-like body with our hands and feet, but lanky limbs and an abnormally wide chest. The face was genuinely in the worst, most confusing part. Imagine a deer skull without antlers. Kinda like that, but much wider and flatter in the front-facing part. No indentations for nostrils either. It was just flat and smooth. Although, unlike a skull, it was covered in the same sickly pale skin. It had 2 sets of eyes, so I'm assuming that would be 4. It looked to be no mouth. It wore some sort of wooden headgear. Couldn't take time to comprehend it. No ears, but had short, tangled dark hair in the back of its head. The look I exchanged with this creature was short, but it haunts me. The most insane part to me is that it almost looked terrified of me as well. It looked surprised and even froze in place as we just looked at each other. It didn't reach out to me, just looked at me. The eyes were pitch black like any animal's eyes. Like really, it was like a deer in headlights. My dog, being smart, immediately ran and waited for me at the foot of her porch until I snapped out of it and ran too. I can't say I blame the little dude for leaving me either. At least he waited. I looked back while running and see the figure fade back into the woods. Fast forward a week later and I started getting knocking and scratching at my bathroom window every single damn night. My window is up high too, at least 8 feet from the ground. This went on for a week until I asked my friend who lived next to me to go outside and tell me what they see. While I was on the phone with them, hearing the scratching against my window, they said that they saw nothing. They thought I was the one scratching, and I was fucking with them. I wish I was. This went on for months. After a while, I had awful nightmares. That was all while all this happened. Finally, Gecko, right at the last moment. Well, you already know what he means. I didn't think that they would be afraid of humans, or look like that. Is it something entirely different? Please, Reddit. They've been sitting on this for years. Welcome to Paranormal M, your gateway to the strange and unexplained. Subscribe and enable notifications to never miss out on our haunting episodes. Get ready for a chilling experience you won't forget. I found a hidden memory. Well, this story goes way back. That was when I was a kid. I don't know how I could ever forget, but I did, and now I remember. When I was a kid, my family and I used to go to this church inside of an old building. It's a Christian born-again church, so it's just a room inside of a building. This building is super weird. The interior doesn't make sense sometimes. It has offices that nobody goes in, apartment rooms that are very hidden, rooms that are just plain empty. One night there was a Christmas party. I think the whole building. We're the only one in there since it's a Sunday night. Me and my cousins decided to roam around the building. We visited every corner of this place. We stumbled upon this room behind a wall. It doesn't have anything inside of it, just an empty room. My cousin said that there's a room adjacent to it, and we could take a look if it's open. We head to that room, and it has a door with a window in it. We took a chair, and we peek inside. My cousin froze for a bit, and then said that there was no hole, and it has an office chair. It has these, manager tables inside of it. He froze again, and then came down with a very disturbed face. Me and my cousins go back to the hole, very curious on what's in it. Then I took a peek inside of it. There's a naked-shaped person inside it. It was facing the wall with its hand on its face. I still fucking remember the feeling as I'm writing it now. I was so scared that I couldn't look away. Luckily, one of my cousins got pissed off that I was looking too long and pushed me aside. I was stunned like my other cousin. He looked at me and said that we should never tell this to anyone. Me and him talked a bit about what we saw. Same man, naked, but he saw the face. Pale, like gray with the eye bags that made it look like he has no eyes. Apparently, it didn't look at him, but just sitting on the chair with no reaction. My other cousins didn't saw anything but us. Whenever we see that room after that night, we feel like someone is looking at us. I reached out to him about this. That was last week. He got mad at me. He's trying to forget its face for a long time, and now he remembers it as well. How could we forget about it? We're chill now, and we did tell our cousins. Apparently they knew that we both knew something and just didn't say anything. They said her face looked like shell-shocked, gone pale from seeing it. I would like to return to that building as I heard that it's still there. The church as well. I'd like to see it again if the room is, in fact, still there. My boyfriend saw his brother standing on the stairs when his brother was actually in his room. My boyfriend Alex and I went to visit his brother. His brother's name is Brian. That was during one weekend. Every time we stay with Brian, he shares a new paranormal story about strange sounds or unexplained movements in his house. Alex and I are usually pretty skeptical, but we do humor Brian and let him tell his tales. However, this time, Alex was the one who experienced something odd. We went out to pick up dinner, leaving Brian at home. It was dark outside and the inside of the house was fully lit with all of the curtains open. This allowed pretty much a clear view of the inside of the house from the streets. When Alex and I returned and parked the car in the driveway, through the large window of the house, Alex saw his brother inside, motionless, just standing at the bottom of the staircase that leads to the second floor. Alex was confused as to why Brian was standing on the staircase. By the time we went inside, Brian was no longer on the stairs. We called out to him and he answered from upstairs in his room. We asked Brian what he was doing at the bottom of the stairs just a moment ago. Brian then answered that he was in his room the whole time that we were out. So who was the figure that Alex saw? Fortunately, I was focused on parking the car that I didn't see the figure myself. Anybody else have experienced something similar? Something evil lurked in my childhood house for 6 years. The horrifying events that drove us out. When I was a kid, we lived in a small, isolated house on the edge of a half-developed neighborhood. There were only about 6 houses on our block. Ours was the last one before many overgrown weeds and empty land stretched out into the dark. At night, the area was deserted. You'd rarely see anybody stepping outside. I lived there from the ages of 7 to 13, and looking back, it felt like I was trapped inside one of those disturbing, uncanny horror films where reality always seems just a little bit off. Before I dive into the incidents, it's worth mentioning that our life in that house was filled with a sense of suffocating dread. Financially, we struggled a lot during those years, drowning in debt. Strangely enough, things turned out for us as soon as we moved out. Everything turned around. Family fights erupted daily. I remember feeling terrified constantly. I remember not going too far into any rooms that if anything jumped out, I could run through the door easily. I don't know why I did that, to be honest. Here are some of the events that made me believe that something was haunting us. Incident 1. The Unseen Watcher. I remember staying home from school one day because I was sick. I was curled up on the couch watching Barney and Friends, trying to distract myself from the eerie feeling of the house. At some point, I felt somebody standing beside me. I assumed it was my mom joining me to watch the show. I didn't think much of it. A few minutes passed and I casually asked her something. There was no response. I asked her one more time and there was no response again. I turned to find no one there. That's when it hit me. My mom wasn't even home. She'd left for work hours ago and I was completely alone in the house. This freaked me out and I opened the front door, sat on the porch until my parents came home because it just was feeling too real. It felt like somebody was actually there. Incident number 2. The Yellow Ball and the Swarm. This incident happened to my sister, but I'll explain it in my point of view. We all used to sleep in the same room since our house only had one bedroom. Me and my sister would sleep in between my parents' bed to sort of feel safe. One night my sister was studying for a test, and I was in the living room, and it was around 12:30 a.m. Starting to fall asleep when suddenly my sister bust through the door running and jumped onto the bed scared. They were crying. After calming her down, she told us what had happened. She was in the living room studying for a test when out of nowhere, a yellow ball with a smiley face on it rolled to the hallway from the other room as it came to a stop. Then dozens of cockroaches scurried out from the same room, like they do when you hear humans walking. Our house had a pretty serious cockroach problem. The floors practically came alive with them at night. Terrifying. She said that a heavy sense of dread washed over her as she just stared into this dark hallway. Then she saw it, a shadowy figure emerging from the darkness, moving in a way that made her feel cold all over. She told us that she felt stuck for a second and frozen in fear basically before running to the bedroom. Incident number 3. The disappearing glasses. One morning my dad couldn't find his glasses. He had recently undergone cataract surgery, so they were essential. The whole family spent what felt like hours scouring every inch of the house. We checked his shelf multiple times, which was where he usually kept them. They were nowhere to be found. We left for school, defeated, convinced that the glasses were gone for good. But later that evening, as we were sitting around, my dad suddenly called out to my mom, sounding almost angry. We rushed over to find the glasses sitting right there on the shelf, exactly where we had checked over and over again. My dad thought we were playing a prank on him. We weren't. There was no explanation for how they could have reappeared like that. It wasn't him pranking us either. He was so mad that day. Incident 4. The mysterious fortune teller. So this one is actually scary, so strap in. How would you feel if a random creepy-looking guy stood in front of your house and started chanting? Well, in South Indian culture, there's a figure known as Kudu Gudupu Karan. I've not heard much about them, but they're like devotees of God who roam the streets and randomly tell fortunes to people. But most people do avoid him, fearing that his predictions might bring misfortune. My encounter with one of them was when I was very young. I remember hearing a man singing some kind of religious song near her doorstep, like literally a few meters away from her door. I went to check on it, but my mom quickly grabbed me from the back and told me to be silent, not to make any sound. We pretended like there was no one home and eventually went away. I was so confused and asked my mom who he was. She didn't explain and just brushed it off. Years later, as the strange happenings in our house grew more intense, a similar figure began appearing near our house. That was while my dad was home alone. For several days, this man stood near our door, chanting and seemingly delivering cryptic messages at night. And finally, my dad confronted him, telling him to stay away. I never saw the man again after that, but I couldn't shake the feeling that his presence was somehow connected to the disturbances. Incident number 5. The chanting yogi. My sister also had a recurring nightmare while living there. She remembers one in particular that terrified her. She would wake up to a vivid vision of a figure, like a yogi or a mystic, sitting on her chest chanting in an unknown language. She could feel his weight pressing down on her, making it almost impossible to breathe. This vision plagued her until we left that house for good. We finally moved out of that place, and to our relief, the strange experiences almost entirely stopped. Our financial situation improved, the family conflicts became less frequent, and that constant creeping fear seemed to lift. Can't explain what was happening in that house, but living there always felt like I was stuck in a disturbing horror film. one that I desperately wanted to escape. My apartment door opens by itself. Voices call my name. Strange photos appear. Is my apartment haunted? Lately I've been having some strange happenings in my home, beginning to think that there might be ghost activity. For the last few nights I've been waking up in the middle of the night with my heart beating fast and a strong feeling of being scared, as if somebody's watching me. It's an unusual sensation that stays with me for some time before I can relax enough to drift back to sleep. I've never had issues like this before. The strangest thing happened yesterday. I shut the back door to my apartment before going to bed. I'm sure I always check all the locks before sleeping. When I woke up, the back door was open. The room was cold. The temperature is extremely cold, akin to the sensation of opening a freezer. I immediately closed the door, but the whole thing was confusing to me. When I shared the news with my parents, they weren't surprised. They've noticed the door opening by itself when it was supposed to be locked. And just to clarify, in case anybody's thinking, it could have just been a gust of wind. My lock is an Aldrop. Look it up. Aldrop. There's absolutely no way a breeze could have opened it. It's literally designed to stay secure. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's also this strange thing that happened when I first moved in. I was on a call with a friend while gaming. Out of nowhere, he asked me, "Why does he keep calling your name? Go check on him." I was confused because nobody else was in the house with me. So I asked him what he meant. He insisted that he heard an old man calling my name. He thought it was my grandpa, but here's the thing. There's no one else in the apartment and my grandpa doesn't live with me. The whole situation scared me. It got worse when I heard my name being called when I was at home alone. It's often quiet, as if it's coming from somewhere else. But when I go to see, there's always no one there. The street dogs near my apartment are behaving oddly. They howl like crazy almost every night. I've lived with street dogs before. They usually don't behave this way. The non-stop loud barking and yowling that lasts for hours often begins late at night. Once my dad tried to scare off the noisy animals by throwing rocks, but it didn't work very well. Then there's the strangest thing of all. One night I was on the top floor of my apartment building, which has an open roof. Just hanging out, talking to the same friend who heard the voice. I was taking pictures of the sky, trying to capture the stars. After I went back inside, I looked through the photos and found one that I definitely didn't take. The image wasn't of the sky or of the stars at all. Instead, it was full of strange lights and colorful orbs, like something out of a ghost hunting show. I have no idea how the photo got there. It really freaked me out. Devil takes on goat appearances. I'm from a not wealthy, you could say, third world country. It's not as bad as it seems, but not as developed as it should be. Several times a year I visited my grandparents in the countryside. They had several cows, sheep, chickens, etc. Regular stuff. My uncle, who's 6 years older than me, used to work as a shepherd. He was about 13 back then. So he invited me to look after sheep with him. I took this opportunity as an adventure. Imagine a green place surrounded by mountains and beautiful scenery. It was almost nighttime and we put the sheep in circle fencing, made a bonfire, and prepared to eat bread, jerky, meat, and yogurt. We started talking. You know when you're young in open space at night, you talk about scary stuff. Suddenly, another shepherd who was an elderly person joined us out of nowhere. We didn't mind, especially after finding out that he had sausages and many other delicious things. So, surrounded by a bonfire and fresh air with the stars as visible as your palm of your hand, Unbelievable. Then this elderly person asked us if we believed in shaitan, or the devil. I said yes. My uncle said no. He then proceeded. About 2 months ago, I was herding my sheep. Usually when you herd them, there are always goats in the front. They're like the leaders of the sheep. They eat better grass, drink cleaner water, etc. My uncle said, "Those are obvious things. Why are you talking about it?" He then said, "One goat was acting weird behind the sheep, never joined the other goats, and ignored any commands. Funny thing is, my dog and horse were acting as if the goat was a snake. They didn't come near it, they tried to avoid it. So I got off my horse, looked closer at the goat, and realized this goat wasn't from my herd." "What the hell?" I said. Tried to find any labels on it. And amazingly, this goat was white as snow and without any labels. Usually, sheep and goats have labels on their ears, like earrings. But when I tried to look even closer, it bit me. After that, I got angry and kicked it and almost lost consciousness. Everything was blurry, but I swear to God, I saw the goat get up, shake itself off, and walk away on 2 legs. Nobody believed me. It's kind of difficult for me to look after goats, but especially now, I'm afraid of them. After his words, my uncle and I were shook. Like, what the fuck, why'd you tell us this story before nighttime? We didn't sleep well that night, and never came closer to the goats either. What do you think? Did he tell us the truth, or was he under some kind of influence? You can be under the influence and still tell the truth. Hidden third option. Here is a very simple way to banish a very specific and silly demon. So I just got reminded of a story my grandma told me when I was a teenager. I thought I should probably post online for its preservation. In my hometown, situated in Iran, folklore there exists a demonic horse. If you're traveling outside any settlement's vicinity alone during nighttime, you might see a horse, and you're going to be very inclined to ride it. It's often depicted as either black or red, but it could be any color, and once you're riding it, the haunting begins. You will not be able to get off of the horse. Your legs will be locked to its sides. Once it has got you, his legs will extend. You'll gain altitude, going up with the horse. After a while, the horse will disappear and you'll fall to your death. How to banish it? Very simple. Shout, "Bring me the saddle-working needle and salt." The demon will disappear, but hopefully you shouted this before reaching a deadly height. Now, what's the story behind the saddle-working needle salt and this horse? Well, I'm glad that you didn't ask. The first time this demon appeared, it didn't actually extend its legs. It was just a horse that you couldn't get off of. A young man traveling between 2 cities sees it, rides it, and gets haunted. He rides to the nearest Arg, which is a military fortress, and begs the commander for help. The commander chastises the man, saying that he deserves his fate for taking a horse that didn't belong to him, but eventually agrees to help. The soldiers at the Arg begin to try and kill the horse using their swords. They can't do any harm to it. The commander, who is now intrigued, sends for a wise man from a nearby village. At dawn, the wise man sees the horse and declares it a demon. "We must teach it a lesson so that it never haunts another human again," says the wise man. Asks the Arg soldiers to tie the horse down to make sure it doesn't run away. He then picks up a saddle-working needle. It's a leather-working needle. It's a very thick needle used to make saddles. He then dips it in salt. In Persian folklore, salt and silver, they have anti-demonic properties. A demon will not be wounded unless your blade has been covered in salt. The wise man then proceeds to sew the horse's cock to its leg. Poor horse. He lets go of the rider and tries to get away. But it can't because he's tied down. Oh. It struggles in anguish and pain for the duration of the operation. Wow, you guys should see my face. This demon is so traumatized by this experience that some mere mentioning of the saddle-working needle and salt causes it to disappear. The reason for the horse's leg extending away from the ground is because he doesn't want his dick to be within reach of any wise man. Okay. Next story. Weird choice, but very interesting. Moving on. I had a dream and spoke to a spirit. Over the summer, I had a sleepover at a friend's house. I knew from the start that her house is haunted and had multiple spirits. My friend is a witch and often speaks to these spirits herself in a dream or in real life. She's pretty interesting, but I'd like to talk about my dream to you guys. For some reason, I couldn't sleep the entire night, but quickly fell asleep at 10 a.m. and woke up at 3:30 a.m. or p.m., sorry. In the dream, I'm at work. I worked part-time at McDonald's. I went to the bathroom and I did my business, and as I flushed the toilet, I noticed this huge snake coming from a big vent. I was terrified. Not just because it was a huge snake, but because the huge snake had a rabbit's face. The snake made the face with an opened mouth to bite me, but when it looked at me, it immediately stopped. I was still scared, but I quickly became relaxed with it. Okay. It had the most softest and soothing male voice. I never heard the voice before either. We talked a lot. I don't know how long I was in the dream, maybe weeks, maybe months. He asked what Earth was like, what humanity was like, and for me, I knew he mustn't have been from Earth. Maybe he was just wondering. So I tried giving him the most neutral answers. I think it was within the course of weeks or so, because I remember I kept showing up to work and sometimes going to the bathroom to speak to him. No one else knew about him. One day I was in the back, like in the kitchen. I couldn't find the snake and I was wondering if he left. This woman walked through the kitchen with boxes of fries and a dolly. She looked like a regular woman, but I was freaked out because the face of the woman shifted to the face of a snake for a split second to show me it was him. I started freaking out because how would I know who else it is? I started freaking out because how would I know who else is not who they are? I didn't know he could manage to shapeshift. He didn't come back to the bathroom. A while later, I'm back at work and everything is running around, scared, and everything is unorganized. I asked around and somebody told me a coworker died on site. I became super worried because I'm worried if he killed someone. No one had any proof or what killed the coworker. I just ran from the restaurant. I kept running and it felt like something was following, but every time I looked back, I saw nobody. I ran into a neighborhood and heard an older woman talking to someone. I peeked around the corner of a house and saw an older woman talking to him, like old friends. I couldn't pick out what they were talking about, though. I woke up and told my friend, and she had done a tarot card reading of the spirit. The card said that he was jealous, and he loved me. I found that odd because if it was romantic love, then my boyfriend would show up in my dreams several times, and we held hands and kissed. So he 100% knew I had a boyfriend, and he didn't display any signs of jealousy. I think he and I made a very deep emotional connection, but I don't know what changed him to be violent or why he was speaking to that older woman. And no, he never tried telling me what to do, if that's what you're wondering when I mentioned his soft and soothing voice. Just because you have a soft and soothing voice does not mean you're manipulative. Weird experience. When I was a kid, I always had nightmares. Often slept with my brother. I don't remember how old I was, but I would guess around 5 years old. I had dreamt this dream that I still remember to this day. I had woken up in my brother's bed before everyone else. I went out into the living room and there was a woman in a floor-length pioneer dress. Her dress was all white, almost like a fog. Long-sleeved, the skirt part of the dress was puffy like she had a petticoat. She was staring out the window and I came up and started playing in her dress, wrapping myself up in the layers. I eventually went and looked up to see her face, and she was gone. I don't remember anything else after that. I don't remember waking up that morning or continuing with the day. Honestly, I really don't think much of it as I got older. Other than it was a weird dream I had that I remembered. I never told anybody about it and never saw her again. Fast forward to college years, and I come home to visit my family. I'm sitting at the kitchen table with a friend and my parents aren't home. My friend all of a sudden gets really freaked out and she said that she saw a woman walk up the staircase that leads to my parents' bedroom. Like I said before, I'm a skeptic. I thought that she was just being goofy. So I asked her what the lady looked like. She described her exactly how I remembered, to a T. Needless to say, it weirded me out. But again, I never told anyone what had happened. My family's exactly like me, and they don't believe in this sort of thing. Fast forwarding yet again to my adult years, and my husband and I are living in the same property as my parents, but we're about a mile across the pasture. My husband has a friend that's crashing on our couch. He's stayed with us a few times with zero complaints or issues. My husband and his friend had plans to wake up in the morning and put corn in the deer feeders before it got too hot. So we all woke up early. As soon as we came into the living room, the friend was already awake and told both of us that he was never staying at our house again. When we asked him why, he said he was woken up in the middle of the night with a woman in his face. She was dressed in a white pioneer woman's dress and it was floor-length. My jaw drops. A few years after that, my husband's cousin comes over to visit. They came to meet our kids. After the kids have gone to bed, we're all sitting on the couch talking. Mid-sentence, he turns toward our hallway. He says he saw a pioneer woman walking down the hallway. He describes her. And again, it's the exact same description. After that, I finally told my parents and husband about all these instances. My mom's, of course, freaked out that I have some sort of demon following me. I've never seen this woman besides the one time when I was a kid. Fast forward to now. I'm reading a book that's written over this community that we live in. The book is about the history of it, and a lot of history is told from my dad's uncles. His grandparents bought this land in the 1900s. It's been farmed by our family since then. I always knew that there were Native Americans here. That was mostly because we would find arrowheads every second rain. I also knew that one of the first settlers of our entire country lived on our property. The book describes a Native American war camp that was somewhere on the property. During the late 1800s, more settlers came to our land because of its natural and ancient, as the book describes it, lake. A woman goes to the lake to collect water for her family, and while she's there, Indians attack her and she's scalped. She's the last known scalping in our country. County. I've done more research on her, and her name is Amanda Coffer. She's buried in a cemetery near her house, but not on her property. Her family moved away after her death. I'm not sure where her death occurred because the book described the lake as bigger than it is today. I haven't found a picture of her, even if I did. I'm not sure I'd even recognize her. I never saw her face, just her dress. I have more questions than answers, really. Why is she following me? Why haven't I ever seen her again? What does she want? Anyways, I just thought I'd share my story. Not sure if I can say I'm a believer in the paranormal, but this definitely has piqued my interest. Old house. Back in 2009, my family rented a 4-bedroom, 2-bath house. It was like 2 small houses connected by a long corridor in the middle. Had a couple of stories from family and friends there. I never saw anything, neither did my cousin, who at the time, they were all 8. My brother went to the kitchen, opened the fridge, and started picking at some leftovers late at night. Then he heard footsteps behind him. He saw nothing. Thought it was me, maybe my mom. My brother's friend went inside the house to pick up something that left behind in my brother's room. He walks past the corridor and he thought he saw my cousin, who at the time was renting one of the rooms on the back half of the house. He turned on his phone flash and saw nobody there. To this day, he still talks about it. My uncle one day slept over on the couch. Said he felt like somebody was pulling on the blanket. I got up, checked to see what it was. No one was awake. Final story. My dad, who's your average blue-collar worker, loves football and beer, but never drinks too much. Maybe 1 or 2 beers. The case usually lasts him about a month. He was one day painting some walls, like around evening. He said what he saw staring at him was something that he'll never forget. He saw, like, what's described as an outline of a man with a goat head and horns. He never believed in anything like that until that day. Could we have been living with the demon? After taking into account the stories shared by my family, the entity there seemed to be like a troll and just fucking with people. The goat man story from my dad sealed the deal. I was only recently told about that because my parents didn't want to scare me. The figure on the porch. I've never been into the paranormal per se. I don't think of myself as somebody easily spooked either, and I've never had any interest in ghost stories. That's why what happened to me at my grandparents' house last year still bothers me. Can't explain it. It doesn't fit into how I normally think either. Last summer I stayed at their house for a couple of weeks to help out with some yard work, just to spend some time with them. They live in a very small rural town and their house is very old. I don't know the exact history of it, but it's been in the family for a long time. It's one of those houses that creaks at night, and while I was there, it always felt kind of musty and kind of quiet. I didn't think much of it. One night at around 2 or 3 a.m., I woke up unexpectedly. I wasn't startled awake or anything, I just opened my eyes, fully awake for no apparent reason. Figured I was just restless, so I laid there trying to go back to sleep. I was in the guest room and my grandparents were sleeping in their room down the hall. The house was completely silent. Then I heard what sounded like footsteps outside the window on the front porch. It wasn't loud or frantic, but slow, steady steps like somebody pacing back and forth. The house is on a quiet street. I remember thinking it was weird that somebody would be walking around that time of night. I got up and looked out the window. No one was there. The porch was empty, lit by a street lamp. But the footsteps didn't stop. I stood there for seconds just listening. The sound seemed like it was right there, but I couldn't see anything. It was unnerving. When I convinced myself that it had to be something like the house settling, or maybe even an animal outside. Eventually, the footsteps stopped and I went back to bed. The next morning, I casually mentioned to my grandmother that I thought I heard someone walking on the porch at night. I didn't expect her to take it seriously, but she paused and looked at me for a second before saying, "You probably heard her." I asked her what she meant. She explained that over the years, several people have mentioned hearing footsteps on the porch at night. Sometimes they even see a figure standing at the far end, but no one can ever make out any details. She said it's been happening as long as she can remember, and her only explanation is that it's a spirit, the spirit of somebody who used to live in the house before them. She said it kind of casually, like it wasn't even a big deal. It kind of threw me off. I've never seen my grandfather as a superstitious type, but she genuinely believed that there's something strange about those footsteps. Grandmother, sorry. She told me not to worry, but whoever it was, they didn't seem harmful, just a presence that made itself known once in a while. I didn't hear the footsteps again during the rest of my stay, but the experience has stuck with me. I still don't know what to make of it. I'm not saying I believe in ghosts, but it was real enough that I haven't been able to explain it away. My shoulder got touched as I was in my closet. I live in a house that was built in the 70s. My grandparents have had over 20 people, and most of them have died. There's been sketchy stuff that's happened here, but my grandma always brought in people who were in need. It's just who she was. I have many more stories like this, but I'll start with my most recent story. So my godmother had died this night, and her son, who I'm close with, and her daughter came over for a few drinks, plus my other buddy who lives a couple of doors down the road. I got wasted. Started getting angry at the ghosts because I was having nightmares. Wasn't getting too much sleep for a couple of weeks, and I had basically had it. I started saying to them, "Who the fuck are you?" Oh, okay. I'm translating. Who the fuck are you? Who do you think you are? You guys were drunkards who beat their wives and their children. Probably participated in the gangbangs that went on this reserve. I live on a native reserve, and shit wasn't too pretty because of the residential school and just how everybody was brought up for generations due to racism. I understand that it isn't really right to say, and I shouldn't just let them be in peace. Or rather, I should just let them be in peace, which I apologized for the next day and began to pray for them. Anyways, I was fueled with so much adrenaline because I could feel them. I turned off all the lights, walked to the back room where most of the energy was coming from. Then I walked into the closet and sat down. I then said, "Is this what you want?" I then felt something lightly grab my arm, to which I thought it was a coat hanger. Pulled it away to where I felt basically nothing. Then I felt it again as it again slowly grabbed my arm. My hair stood up and my heart dropped, began pumping quickly. I got up, not in too much of a hurry, but a lump was forming in my throat as I swallowed it. I said, "So you are real," which was stupid. I knew that they were real and they didn't have to be bad ghosts because most of the people who lived here were friendly. No matter who it was or what they've done, my granny always brought them in and seemed like good inside of them. I miss her dearly. And so I did what she told me to do. I asked them to kindly leave and thanked them for visiting and said I would pray for them, which I did. It's kind of amazing that she still believed in God after it was mostly forced on us as people to get rid of our traditional ways. But I believe in him too. I haven't really felt as bad of an energy or not really sleeping better. Maybe a little. It's better than staying up all night because I feel something watching over me. Now I understand not all spirits are bad. The little boy I seen when I was 5. As the title says, I was around 5 at the time. My babysitter and I had just laid down to go to sleep. I was one of those kids that needed something to fall asleep, and mine was to play with hair, as gross as it might sound to some people. I'd say it's around 10 or 11. My mom was out for the night being deadly, and of course, being the kid I was, your mom was out for the night being deadly? Sorry. What? Okay. Well, I was missing her, so it was a tough time to fall asleep. Me and S, being the babysitter, were laying down there for about 5 to 10 minutes before S had to use the washroom. We were sleeping in my mom's room, which was the master bedroom with a queen-size bed. And if you laid down, you can see pretty much inside the bathroom till the toilet. So, S swings open the door and I'm resting my eyes. All I hear her say was, "Hey, are you looking for your family?" My head shot up from my pillow. There was a kid, probably the same age as I was, standing there smiling. Not in a creepy way, in an innocent way. He was sort of glowing. Not too much, but you could tell he wasn't a normal kid. So as he smiles, he runs out of the room and laughs while we follow. We hear footsteps run down the stairs. We stand atop the stairs, both shocked and scared of what we just witnessed. I believe she called my mom, and I probably didn't sleep too well that night. I have a theory on who that kid was. Either before or after I was born, my mom had an abortion with my biological father. He would have been my only full-blood brother, and the rest of my siblings are half. But I'll always love them eternally. The reason for this abortion was because my father was a real piece of shit. I'm even lucky I came out of the womb physically healthy. He'd most likely beat her, and she was also pretty much drunk with me. Still. Now, I don't want y'all hating my mama. She did the best that she could, and we all struggled together. And hell, I'm not perfect. I could have been better, but we live and learn. As for my mental health, it's a work in progress. But I'll try to understand and love people with acceptance, because it's how I was raised. I believe that was the last time I'd seen him. And honestly, it feels like he maybe found peace in the afterlife, since I haven't seen him since. Before I was born. This all takes place in the 90s, all in the same house in a bigger city in Canada. That's because the father was a construction worker who was good at his job, while his mother was, my mother. I believe she was a secretary. I think she was on leave because she's taking care of newborns. Here's story 1. Before I was born, my mother was married and had 3 kids. There was 2 girls. They were twins. And also the youngest, and a boy was about 3 years older than them. We'll call the twins S and M, and we'll call the boy J. Weird choices. My mother was laying down resting as the twins were newborns, while the father was at work and Jay was probably being a kid playing around. There was 2 beds in the room, one being a waterbed while the crib was somewhere along the side of them. My mom was awoken from her nap, and as she was facing away from the waterbed, while on a normal bed, she heard tap, 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 sort of like when it was like somebody's tapping on their head on the top of water. What? She yelled, "Jay, stop jumping on the bed," and had no response. She said it again, "Jay, stop jumping on the bed." Again, no response. She finally turned around and said, "Jay, if you don't..." She froze. She saw what looked like a little boy, but in spirit form. He giggled and jumped off the bed and disappeared. She had no comprehension of what she just saw. Neither would any of us. Story 2. This takes place at around 2 p.m. The father was taking Jay out for some ice skating. I'm guessing the twins were sleeping. They were newborns after all. So she's probably sitting up watching TV and hears the toys in the toy room go off. She goes and opens the door and all of the police and ambulance sirens are going off in the toy cars. She was in shock while standing there. Father just got home, so she tells him, "All the toys are going off, go check." And he does, just for him to open the door up and nothing happening. I'd feel like I'm going crazy if that happened, so can't imagine what she felt. Story 3. My mother has a cousin that grew up with. and who's related through their parents. Their parents were both sisters, my grandma and auntie, as I would call them. She lived in the basement of this house. They were all renting, and my mother tells them, "We were going to head out." I didn't know where. G, as we're going to call her, was chilling downstairs with her boyfriend A. They start hearing people running around upstairs, knowing full well that my mother and children all left with their father a couple of hours earlier. Story number 4. The father of these kids were laying down watching TV after a hard day's work. He was either falling asleep or was asleep, and he felt a force start to push down on his neck. He tried and tried and tried to sit up, but to no avail. Finally, it let go and he sat up in a panic, most likely waking up my mother. Now, this story takes place on the reserve, the house I still reside in till this day. Not the only one I grew up in, though. It's my grandma and grandpa's house. Story 5. Poopa Joe. My brother Jay was always a talented young man. Could have played for the Whitecaps if he had taken it serious. He was on the academy team around 10 or 11 until my mother and his father couldn't afford it. Unfortunately, he always had a passion for soccer. Or, the unfortunate part is the fact they can't afford it, not his choice. Our great-grandfather Joe got to know Jay towards the end of his life. He was sick. Jay, not knowing how serious his condition was, he used to come to the hospital and show off his moves for him. He was around 3 at the time, and Poopa Joe was really proud of how good he was for his age. He would say, "That's awesome, Jay." And I'm sure Jay, being the showboat, he loved the attention. Well, fast forward a little while after Poopa Joe had to go, Jay started talking to Poopa. She asked, "Who are you talking to?" Jay said, "Poopa Joe." She shook her head, and after a couple of times asking him, told my great-grandmother, and she told them how fond her husband was of Jay. She said, "If you don't tell him to go away, he's going to take Jay with him to the other side." This scared my mother, and a couple of days later, she took Jay down to the beach as they lived on the waterfront. They sat and watched the sunset. She was still pregnant and ready to pop with the twins, but still did it anyway. As she told Jay they had to go back up to the house, Jay said, "Okay, Poopa Joe, let's go." My mom said, "Where's Poopa Joe sitting?" He said, "Right there." That's on the log that they were sitting on. My mother then said, "Tell Poopa Joe that he has to leave." Jay said, "Why?" She said, "Tell him to leave or else he will take you from us." So Jay said, "Okay, Poopa Joe, my mom says that you have to leave or else you're going to take me from them." As tears ran down his face, she asked him, "Did he leave?" He said, "Yeah." They both walked up to the house. She said that they never heard of him again, thankfully. Jay went on to live as normal. Well, as normal of a life as you can with an alcoholic mother who didn't know her worth and a father who was a hard-ass. They both had terrible upbringings. I'd say residential school is really old, and they messed up a lot of things. But one thing it won't stop is our resilience. My first taste of courage, and a birth of fear thereafter. The story takes place before the 2000s. I know this for a fact because we moved and celebrated the turn of the year for 2000 in a new home. I always used this to remember things from that far back. I'm 31 years old today, so this was around 98, 99, putting me between the ages of 5 or 6. One night I woke up in my brother's room, where I would sometimes nap. Found myself with him and his friend, and they were playing a video game. I really wanted some chocolate milk, so I asked if he could get me some. I wasn't exactly afraid of the dark at the time. I was really just accustomed to my parents doing everything for me. He laughed at me and said I'm old enough to do that stuff on my own now. So I waited for a few minutes, gathering courage as I looked through his door into the hallway that led to the living room. It was dark. I didn't know how to turn on any lights, so I was preparing a plan of how to get to the living room to the kitchen, which is basically a simple turn of direction when you make it to the living room. You can then proceed straight to the kitchen after a brief corridor, where my parents' room, a door to the basement, bathroom, and closet is. So after summoning the courage to make this possible, I walk out of the bathroom and I make it to the last light to reach into the living room. From the living room I looked into the kitchen. The corridor had enough visibility that I could walk through it, so I proceeded onward to get my chocolate milk. Within that corridor, there's a small hallway which has a door to my parents' room, as I mentioned, and that bathroom and the closet. The bathroom is in between my parents' room and the closet. The closet is closest to the living room, where I just came from. My parents' room is closest to the kitchen. In the opposite direction of these rooms is the door to the basement, to give you a bit of understanding of the layout. When I made it to the corridor right at the basement door, something caught my attention to my left, which is where the bathroom and closet is. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a small girl comes out of the closet. She had a dress on, like something you would see in the 1940s. She had hair that was curly and short. She was entirely powdery white and left a trail of fog and powder as she moved. It was like looking at somebody from black and white film in reality, almost gray-like. She was also carrying a doll, perfect clarity. I watched her as she moved from the closet to where I was standing, and then she dropped her doll right in front of me and stood there. I was so incompetent of what I was looking at the time. I wasn't even afraid. My first reflex was to do what my mother told me to do if a girl dropped something. Pick it up for her. So I said out loud, "You dropped something." And then I reached down and tried to pick it up for her. She beat me to it. She then went back into the closet. I watched her as she returned. It was like looking at something that was recorded and played from a projector or a hologram. From how she got her doll to her movement, literally it looked like a projector playing a recording of a person. It was how fast that she got the doll that makes me say this. It was like I didn't exist at all to her. I just happened to be standing in the right place. Incompetent of what happened, still I went and got some milk. I was completely unfazed by what had just happened. I told my brother, yes, Kaku. I told my brother when I got back what happened, and he said, "That must be the girl, like the girl's dad." Or, excuse me. "That must be the girl Dad said that he heard crying in the attic when he first moved here. You were still a baby at the time. Good thing you didn't follow her. The attic entrance is literally above the corridor where this happened at." He then said that I've never seen her, but every now and then my closet door comes open. He pointed at his closet and then went back to the gaming. His friend stopped caring too and went back to playing. I made an intention to tell my parents first thing in the morning. When I did, all I got out of them was the same story my brother told me about the crying in the attic. It was the first time that I heard these stories. It seemed like they didn't care. It was strange seeing something like that as a child and adults just not caring about it. After this happened, I started treating dark areas differently, and ultimately became afraid of the dark afterwards. Can't blame you. My haunted town. I live in Indiana. The state is riddled with curses and folklore that no one talks about. Not because they don't believe, but because we're used to it. We don't want others to live with it. The best example I have is my hometown of Kokomo. Kokomo falls between a small town and a medium city. We aren't huge, nor are we small, but corn and soybean fields are everywhere, as are Native American curses that we live with, including the one I'm about to tell you. Back when the Miami tribe of Native Americans called this land home, there was a girl. Her name lost to time and her people forbidden from speaking it. She was a bright girl with deep connections to the spirits. Even as the pale invaders moved closer to her home, she was bright and bubbly. Some say that she was destined to be the next spiritual leader of her people. Sad to say that it wasn't meant to be. On a cold full moon night in autumn, the girl vanished. Her people searched and eventually found the poor girl. She was crucified to a tree, her jaw ripped off and clear signs of being assaulted in the most vile of ways. A deep sadness filled her people, all of which disappeared only a few days later. The settlers found her village, and the homes on fire, the girl's body laid in a pile of animal bones and ash with her arms spread out, her pale, dead eyes gazing up at the stars. The people disposed of her in the Wildcat Creek, settled on her people's land. This may just sound like a made-up story, but I've seen her and I felt her rage. I was only 14 years old. I was walking outside and I felt a shiver run down my spine. Fear that I've never experienced before rippled through me. I was walking down the street, one side lined with houses, the other with a cornfield. I stopped walking as I saw her. Walking from a yard to the street, shambling, her movements so wrong and horrifying. Watching her shuffle, disgusting noises that I can't even describe coming from her. She stopped suddenly and the blood drained from me. I watched her head turn to look at me and I suddenly felt it. I knew what it was. It was her fear. The fear, anger, and horror she felt during her final moments. I felt sick and I felt terrible. I managed to turn and run away. I felt her behind me, as if no matter how fast I would run, that girl was only a foot away from me. I ran with all my might until I got home. Slammed the door, turned on all my lights, and prayed all night. I went by with my mom later that day. The corn where I saw her heading was all dying in a line through the field. The dog of the man that lived in the house I saw her coming from had died. I know she's out there, angry and hurt. I believe she's the cause and curse on this land. Her figure haunts me to this day, and I can't forget her. I can't look outside at night anymore, fearing that young Miami tribe girl will be standing there, coming to get me for escaping her back then. Unexplained ghost sighting at the Hollyburn House on Jackal Island, Georgia. Somebody started a thread about what made you realize you were seeing some sort of intelligent entity. Got me thinking about this. I posted it as a comment there, but honestly was curious if anybody else had any experiences at the Hollyburn House on Jackal Island. That's in Georgia. Or at least knew of them or heard stories of people who had something similar like this happening to them there or them. This is a bit of a long one, so bear with me. When I was young, I spent the night at my best friend's house with my sister. She lived on Jackal Island, Georgia. It's known for having turn-of-the-century mansions on it because in the early 1900s, a bunch of rich people built houses there as vacation homes. They have most of them to where you can do tours and walk through them now. There is one that's not. The adults said it was more for structural issues. But of course, everybody said it was haunted and had crazy stories, which were untrue, about a witch that lived there at one point. It was called the Hollyburn. Our friend's mom said that she would let us walk around the grounds outside the next day. The night before we went to go get food, she drove past the house. There were some weird lights on. I couldn't quite figure out what it was. Being a 12-year-old, like middle schooler, I was a jerk and made fun of my friend and sister. That's when they freaked out about it. Easy to be, some sort of coincidence, right? Next day, friend's mom drives us to the house again. My sister was all over it, and she said that she was staying in the car. My friend and I got out and started walking around. Almost immediately, I saw a figure in the window. It looks like a girl or a small woman. I also kept seeing weird flashes of light out of the corner of my eye. But I wasn't going to say anything. I just made fun of those nights before, right? My friend and I walk around the house. I keep seeing flashes of white light out of the corner of my eye. I ignore them and keep my mouth shut. When we get to the front again, my friend stops, looks at the house, then looks at me. She then says, "Do you see that little girl in the window?" Now, I'm late. Okay, I'm not the only one seeing this. We go to the car and point it out to my sister. She can see it, friends. Mom is messing with something in the front seat. Of course, we're all freaking out and telling her to look. Now, here's the part where I could tell that it was an intelligent entity. When my friend's mom went to look at it, it literally faded away and disappeared. She then looked away and it came back. They all start freaking out again and tell her to blow up, and she whips her head around and it fades away again. But she's able to at least see something that fades away, and she tells us. We have her do this a few more times, and every time she goes to look, it fades away and then comes back when she looks away. At this point, my friend's mom is like, "Well, that's our cue to go home." And we leave. Never went back. Probably should have tried to see if I could have it happen again. The only way I can think that could have possibly not been some paranormal entity was if somebody was some sort of special effects display or something and somehow was watching us and was making it fade away whenever Nan's mom went to look, and what would be very highly unlikely. It's not like it was a scheduled tour group. Nobody knew that we were going to go over there and walk around. So yeah, never found out what it was, but it's a fun story to tell every once in a while. Night terrors. For some context, I live in my father's childhood home in what used to be the center of a small town. The house being right next to the cemetery. It isn't something that I personally remember, but growing up I used to have these terrible night terrors, practically every night. My mom told me that I'd wake up and I'd be screaming bloody murder in my room. But whenever she'd go in, I'd be perfectly fine and no one was there. Now, my mother is a very religious woman, so out of frustration she yelled at my deceased grandmother that she was supposed to and needed to protect me. Later on, put holy water over each of the doors, and that was in all the house. After that, I never had a night terror again. As I got older and I was able to recollect things, I would have these strange nightmares either monthly or weekly. And it was always the same layout. They would take place in our upstairs hallway. I'd be talking to someone in front of the doorway to the stairs, and that's when an older red-haired woman would walk around the corner leading to me in my sister's room. I'm not sure if she says something or just looked at me, but I would always follow. Now, keep in mind that the lights would always be on the entire floor. However, when I would walk past my room, the light would be off. The room changed in my dreams with how I'd change it physically. There would always be this darker than black figure on the other side of my bed just staring at me, watching my every move. After seeing the figure, I'd eventually make my way to the original person I was with, and that's when everything would go wrong. Majority of the time, the original person I was with would get hurt in some way. The main one I remember is the person getting shoved down the stairs. Eventually, I stopped having these dreams at around the age of 15. I'm 22 now, but they still haunt me, and any nightmare I've had since still involves the second floor. I don't know if this is the thing that gave me night terrors as a kid, letting me know it was still around, watching me, or if it was something else. However, I know of other people in the area who've had similar dreams and family members that have seen physical apparitions on the property. Even a medium who's investigating the cemetery next door had said something evil was on the property. There's so much more I can do on this, but for now, If anybody has any ideas or similar experiences, please let me know. Ghost semi-truck sighting in a small town in Mexico. So for context, this happened quite a while ago in a small town in a very rural part of Mexico. Personally, I do not live in the small town, but another town a couple miles away. This town is fairly small, as mentioned, and really only exists because of a big tile factory that was built in the town. This place is also known as a rest stop for many semi-trucks passing through the lonely interstate. So the story goes that years ago a trucker passed the town decided to stop by and rest in one of the areas. Over time, locals began to recognize the... that's the wrong inflections. Over time, locals began to recognize the black semi-truck stopping by every week. And on one occasion, while the semi-truck was making its way to the rest area, a truck going full speed hit the semi on the driver's side. Locals in that area called the police, but it being a rural place, it took a long time for the aid to come to the scene. According to the locals, the collision was so hard that the truck was basically embedded into the semi-driver's side. Also, the cause of the accident was most likely due to drunk driving. Nobody in the accident survived. Following a week after the gruesome accident, people in the town began to report sightings of a black semi-truck roaming the streets of the town late at night. People in town were shocked because it looked exactly like the one that was completely totaled a week prior. Locals who have seen the semi-truck being reported followed by it, being occasionally spooked by its loud horn. Once they arrive to their destination, the semi just idles for a few minutes outside of where they are. That's before they sped off into the dark. Now for my encounter. It was late at night, 2 a.m. Me and my cousin had just left a party a few towns over. Following the drive back home, we decided to take a shortcut through this town. We figured it would be a quick pass though, and at the time we knew about what had happened in the town. While driving, my cousin had to shit badly, so we stopped at a lonely gas station just down the corner. I stayed in the car while he went inside to do his business. Well, while I was waiting for him, a black semi pulls over to the side of the road next to the gas station. I didn't think much of it because they pass regularly here. They get gas and whatnot. But today was weird because it was quiet and we were the only ones there. After a few minutes, I started to get worried because it was just idling and nobody came out of the truck. I also remembered the story of what happened here. Anxious, I texted my cousin to hurry up. And 30 seconds later, he got out and just yelled at him to get in the car. Sped out of the lot, and to my horror, the semi followed behind. My cousin, clueless, asked me what was going on, and I told him about the semi trailing behind us. I tried losing it by turning into smaller streets, but the truck was still tailing me. It wasn't until I floored it and took a sharp right, almost hitting a parked car, that I lost the semi. After that, I never passed that town before dark. Sweet dreams. Enter Paranormal M, where the unknown lurks in every corner. Subscribe and hit notifications to stay in the loop for our latest eerie stories. Prepare for a ride through the mysterious and terrifying. The Haunting of Chinatown. Ah Seng, a veteran taxi driver, had had his fair share of Singapore's bustling streets. But nothing prepared him for the night that he encountered the ghost of Chinatown. It was a rainy evening. As Ah Seng cruised through the neon-lit streets, he noticed a woman standing alone underneath a street lamp. She was dressed in a traditional cheongsam, her face pale and ethereal. "Chinatown, please," she said, her voice barely a whisper. Ah Seng nodded As he drove, he felt a strange chill, even though the car's heater was on. He glanced in the rearview mirror and the woman was gone, but the destination was still set for Chinatown. When they arrived, Ah Sang stopped the car. The woman was nowhere to be seen. Puzzled, he got out and looked around. There was no sign of her. As he was about to get back into his car, he heard a faint, mournful melody. It seemed to be coming from the old temple nearby. Curiosity piqued, Ah Sang followed the sound. Inside the temple, the air was thick with incense smoke. He saw a woman standing before a large, ornate altar. It was the same woman that he had picked up earlier. She was praying, her tears glistening in the dim light. As Ah Sang watched, the woman turned and looked at him. A sad smile played on her lips. "Thank you," she said, her voice barely audible. Before he could reply, she vanished into thin air. Ah Sang stood there for a long time, his heart pounding. He knew he had just witnessed something extraordinary. As he left the temple, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had encountered a ghost, a lingering spirit of Singapore's past. A Geylang Ghost Story. Robert, a young man struggling to make ends meet, found himself drawn to the neon-lit streets of Geylang. The allure of quick money and fleeting pleasures was too much to resist. One night after a particularly tough day, he decided to indulge in a vice that he had long avoided. As he wandered the bustling streets, his eyes were drawn to a dimly lit alleyway. A figure, cloaked in shadows, beckoned him. Curiosity piqued, Robert followed. The woman, her face obscured by darkness, led him to a secluded corner. $1,000, she whispered, her voice barely audible. One night, Robert hesitated. The price was pretty steep, but desperation gnawed at him. He agreed, and the woman led him to a nearby room. As they entered, a chill ran down Robert's spine. The room was devoid of any warmth, and the air felt heavy with a strange, musty scent. As the night progressed, Robert found himself growing increasingly uneasy. The woman's touch, once comforting, now felt cold and almost spectral. A sudden gust of wind rattled the window, and a chilling draft swept through the room. A faint, mournful wail echoed from outside. Fear gripped Robert as he realized something was terribly wrong. He tried to move, but his body felt paralyzed. A ghostly figure materialized before him, its face contorted in a mask of anguish. The woman, now revealed as a spectral apparition, vanished into the shadows. The ghost's eyes, filled with a haunting sadness, seemed to bore into Robert's soul. A chilling voice, barely a whisper, filled the room. "You've trespassed on sacred ground, mortal. Pay the price." Before Robert could react, the ghost vanished, leaving him alone in the darkness. Indeed, Gecko. Shaken to his core, he fled the room, his mind racing with fear and in confusion. As he stumbled out into the street, he realized that he's no longer alone. The city seemed to be watching, its eyes filled with a cold, unyielding indifference. Robert never returned to Geylang. The memory of that night haunted him for years, a chilling reminder of the dangers that lurked in the shadows of the city. Old Changi Hospital Haunting. Alex, Ben, David, Sarah, and Mary, a group of thrill-seeking friends, they decided to embark on a ghost adventure at Old Changi Hospital, Singapore's infamous haunted locale. The group, armed with flashlights and cameras, ventured into the dilapidated hospital, their excitement tempered by a hint of apprehension. As they explored the labyrinth corridors, the air grew heavy with an eerie silence. Dust motes danced in the shafts of the moonlight that filtered through the broken windows, casting grotesque shadows on the peeling walls. The group's laughter gradually faded as they encountered chilling sights, overturned furniture, cobwebs draping from every corner, and an oppressive sense of being watched. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the deserted hospital. Sarah, who had wandered off from the group, had stumbled upon a grisly scene. The skeletal remains of a patient slumped against a wall. Panic ensued as the friends realized they were trapped. The hospital's doors seemed to have locked shut, and their flashlights flickered ominously, casting an eerie glow on their terrified faces. Just as despair threatened to consume them, a spectral figure appeared before them. It was a young, ethereal nurse, her translucent form shimmering in the dim light. The nurse, with a serene expression, spoke in a voice that was both soothing and chilling. "Do not fear, I'll guide you to safety." The group, initially hesitant, followed the spectral nurse through the hospital's labyrinth corridors. The nurse led them to a hidden passageway, a secret escape route unknown to many. As they hurried through the passage, they felt a sense of relief wash over them. However, their respite was short-lived. A malevolent presence, the vengeful spirit of an old evil nurse, emerged from the shadows. The evil nurse, consumed by a thirst for vengeance, lunged at the group, its spectral form radiating an aura of malice. The young, kind nurse, sensing the group's peril, intervened. With a resolute spirit, she confronted the evil nurse, her ethereal form glowing with an inner light. A chilling battle ensued between the two spectral entities, their clash echoing through the deserted hospital. In the end, the young, kind nurse triumphed, vanquishing the evil nurse and freeing the group from its clutches. As the evil nurse faded away, the hospital's oppressive atmosphere just lifted. It was replaced by a sense of peace. The group, eternally grateful for their spectral savior, made their way out of the hospital, their hearts pounding with a mixture of adrenaline and relief. The ghost adventure at Old Changi Hospital had turned into a harrowing ordeal, but it had also forged an unbreakable bond between the friends, left them with a tale that they would never forget. That rubs me as being very AI, but perhaps still true, but rewritten in a different language. I don't know. The Night of the Pontiac. Zhao Yu had been working late again. The office was quiet and the only sound was the hum of the air conditioner. She glanced at the clock and it was already past midnight. With a sigh, she packed her things and headed out. The streets were deserted and the only light came from the occasional flickering street lamp. As she walked along the quiet path, Zhao Yu felt a chill run down her spine. She was 6 months pregnant, and her unborn baby seemed to stir restlessly. She quickened her pace, eager to get home. The night was eerily silent, save for the rustling of leaves in the wind. Suddenly, Zhao Yu heard a soft, eerie laughter. She stopped in her tracks, her heart pounding. The laughter grew louder. She turned to see a figure emerging from the shadows. It was a woman, her long black hair covering her face and her white dress stained with blood. Zhao Yu's breath caught in her throat. It was the Pontiac, a vengeful spirit known to prey on pregnant women. The Pontiac's eyes glowed red as she approached Zhao Yu. "Your baby, I want your baby," she hissed. Zhao Yu backed away, her heart racing. She had heard stories about the Pontiac, but she never thought that she would encounter one. Desperate, Zhao Yu remembered an old tale her grandmother had told her. The Pontiac feared sharp objects. With trembling hands, she reached into her bag, pulled out a pair of scissors. She held them out in front of her, hoping it would be enough to ward off the ghost. The pontiac screeched and recoiled, her eyes filled with rage. Zhao Yu took the opportunity to run. She sprinted down the path, her heart pounding in her chest. The pontiac's screams echoed behind her, but she didn't dare look back. Finally, Zhao Yu reached her apartment building. She fumbled with her keys, her hands shaking, and managed to unlock the door. She slammed it shut behind her and collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. The pontiac's screams faded into the night, and Zhao Yu knew that she had escaped. But the memory of that night would haunt her forever. Urban legend, a campong ghost story. In a quiet campong nestled deeply within the Malaysian countryside, Hafiz lived a simple life. The village was surrounded by dense forests, and the nights were often filled with the sounds of nocturnal creatures. One night, as Hafiz was returning home from a late-night fishing trip, he felt an eerie chill in the air. The moon was hidden behind thick clouds, casting the village in an almost complete darkness. As Hafiz walked along the narrow path leading to his home, he noticed a figure standing by the old banyan tree. His heart skipped a beat when he recognized the figure. It was Siti, a young woman from the village who had tragically died a month ago. The gecko noticed as well. She had been a kind and gentle soul, but her death had been shrouded in mystery. Some whispered that she had been wronged and she had died in a deep sense of injustice. "Siti?" Hafiz called out, his voice trembling. "Is that you?" The figure slowly turned, and Hafiz's blood ran cold. Siti's face was pale, her eyes hollow and filled with sorrow. She wore a white dress that fluttered in the breeze, and her long hair cascaded down her back. But there was something different about her, something sinister. "Hafiz," she whispered, her voice echoing through the night. "I've returned." Hafiz took a step back, his mind racing. He had heard stories of the Negui, a vengeful female spirit who returned to seek justice for the wrongs done to them. Could Siti have become one of them? "Why are you here?" Hafiz asked, trying to keep his voice steady. "I was wronged," Siti replied, her voice filled with a haunting sadness. "I cannot rest until justice is served." Hafiz felt a chill run down his spine. He had been skeptical of ghost stories, but standing before Siti, he couldn't deny the fear gripping his heart. "What do you want from me?" he asked. Siti's eyes seemed to pierce through him. "Help me find peace, Hafiz. Help me uncover the truth of my death." Hafiz knew he couldn't refuse her. He nodded slowly, and Siti's expression softened. "Thank you," she whispered before fading into the night, leaving Hafiz standing alone under the banyan tree. From that night on, Hafiz was determined to uncover the truth behind Siti's death. He spoke to the villagers, piecing together fragments of information. As he delved deeper, he discovered a web of deceit and betrayal that led to Siti's untimely demise. With each revelation, Siti's spirit grew stronger, guiding Hafiz toward the truth. Finally, after weeks of investigation, Hafiz confronted those responsible for Siti's death. Justice was served, and Siti's spirit was finally able to find peace. But the villagers never forgot the night Hafiz's encounter with the Negui. The story of Siti's return became an enduring legend, a reminder of the power of the restless dead and the importance of seeking justice for those who have been wronged. Urban legend, a tale of Thailand. In the humid, shadowy nights of Thailand, the legend of Krasui, a floating ghostly head with glowing eyes and dangling entrails, is whispered with dread. She haunts villages searching for prey under the cover of darkness. Vince and Zhao Yu, an adventurous couple, planned a trip to Thailand. eager to experience the local culture and myths. During their stay, they heard the spine-chilling tales of crui from the locals, dismissing them as mere folklore. One evening, while exploring an ancient temple, Zhao Yu began feeling unusually fatigued and ill. Concerned, Vince insisted that they return to their hotel. Little did they know, Zhao Yu's condition had unknowingly made her the perfect target for a crui, a woman carrying new life within her, with an unborn baby's heart being the ghost's insatiable desire. As night fell, the air became eerily still. A faint, eerie glow approached their window. Vince and Zhao Yu, initially thinking it was merely a trick of the light, soon felt an overwhelming chill run down their spines. The ghostly apparition hovered closer. Crui's malevolent gaze fixed upon Zhao Yu, sensing the life within her. Vince grabbed Zhao Yu's hand, pulling her away from the window. They stumbled through the hotel, heartbeats racing, searching for any escape from the relentless spirit. The air was thick with fear and a putrid scent of decay. Desperation led them to the village shaman, known for his protective charms. The shaman, recognizing the peril they were in, quickly crafted a talisman, chanting ancient incantations to ward off the crui. He placed the talisman around Zhao Yu's neck. Its warmth offered a glimmer of hope amidst the terror. The ghost shrieked in fury, unable to breach the protective aura of the talisman. Crui retreated into the darkness, her ghastly form dissolving into the night. Vince and Zhao Yu, forever marked by their encounter, thanked the shaman and vowed to respect the ancient legends. Their experience served as a chilling reminder that some stories hold more truth than one might dare to believe. They left Thailand with a newfound appreciation for its mystical heritage, always caught in the shadows that might lurk just beyond that light. And so, the tale of Vince, Zhao Yu, and crui became another whispered legend, a testament to the eerie enduring presence of the supernatural. I'm getting deja vu reading these conclusions. Asian horror story, Hong Kong Tat Tac School. In the quiet village of Pingshan, nestled in the Wen Long district of Hong Kong, lies the abandoned Tat Tac School. The school, now a crumbling relic of the past, is shrouded in eerie legends and ghostly tales. During the Japanese invasion of Hong Kong in 1941, many Pingshan villagers were brutally killed, their bodies hastily buried on the land where the school now stands. Among the most infamous stories is that of the headmistress who, clad in a red dress, tragically ended her life by hanging herself in one of the bathroom stalls. Her restless spirit is said to haunt the school, forever bound to the place of her demise. One chilly evening, a group of secondary students, Jason, Sam, Lucas, Natalie, Michelle, and Nicole, decided to explore the haunted grounds of Tat Tac School. Slight pause. The school is called Tat Tac School, and there's people named Jason, Sam, Lucas, Natalie, Michelle, and Nicole going in there, so I'm just saying red flags over here. Very confused. Very Asian school, very white names. Not being racist, just saying what is going on. So, driven by the curiosity and a desire to uncover the truth behind the ghostly tales, they ventured into the decaying building. The group split into two teams to cover more ground. Jason, Sam, and Lucas formed one team, while Natalie, Michelle, and Nicole made up the other. As they navigated the dark, narrow hallways, the air grew colder, and an unsettling silence enveloped them. The first team, led by Jason, headed toward the classrooms. They found old dusty desks and broken chalkboards, remnants of a time when the school was filled with laughter and chatter of children. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept up through the room and a faint sound of a woman sobbing echoed in the distance. The boys exchanged nervous glances but pressed on, determined to find the source of the haunting. Meanwhile, the second team, led by Natalie, made their way to the bathrooms. The flickering flashlight beams revealed cracked tiles and rusted fixtures. As they approached the last stall, a sense of dread washed over them. Michelle hesitated, but Nicole urged her forward. With trembling hands, Natalie pushed open the stall door. There, hanging from the ceiling, was a tattered red dress swaying gently, as if moved by an unseen force. A sudden blood-curdling scream pierced the silence, and the girls turned to see a ghostly figure in a red dress standing behind them. Her eyes were hollow, her face twisted in anguish. The head mistress's spirit had found them. Paralyzed with fear, the girls watched the apparition slowly raise a hand, pointing toward the door. "Leave this place," she whispered, her voice echoing throughout the empty halls. The teams reunited at the entrance, their faces pale and hearts pounding. They shared their experiences, realizing that the ghost of the headmistress was indeed real. As they hurried away from the school, they couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. The legend of Tat Tac School had come to life, and the students knew that they would never forget the night they encountered the red-dressed ghost. I would like some explanation. Hong Kong urban legend. Big Head Baby. 20 years ago, in a now abandoned hospital in Hong Kong, a woman gave birth to a baby with an unusually large head. The sight of the baby was so terrifying that it sent shivers down the spines of the doctors and nurses present. The baby, with its oversized head and piercing eyes, was unlike anything they'd ever seen. The hospital staff whispered among themselves, calling it a bad omen. Soon after, the hospital was shut down. The story of the big head baby became a local legend. Fast forward to present day. A primary school student named Ming was playing soccer with his friends. As the ball rolled into the bushes, Ming ran to retrieve it. He bent down to pick up the ball, and he saw something move swiftly in the shadows. His heart raced as he caught a glimpse of a baby with a disproportionately large head staring him with these hollow eyes. Before he could react, the baby vanished into thin air, leaving Ming frozen in fear. That same night, Nicole, a young woman, was leaving a bar in Lan Kwai Fong. The lively streets were a stark contrast to the dark alley that she decided to take as a shortcut. As she walked, she heard a faint sound behind her. Turning around, she saw a baby crawling out of the shadows. To her horror, the baby's head was grotesquely large. It looked up at her and let out a chilling cry. It screamed, "Mama!" Panic-stricken, Nicole started to run. The baby's cries grew louder, echoing through the alley. She managed to flag down a taxi and jumped in, breathlessly urging the driver to drive as fast as he could. As they sped away, Nicole glanced back and saw the big-head baby still chasing them. "Do you see that?" she asked the driver, her voice trembling. The driver's face turned pale as he nodded, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. "Yes." Pressing down on the accelerator, they drove through the city, the baby's cries fading into the distance. When they finally reached Nicole's destination, she thanked the driver and hurried inside, hoping to never encounter the big-head baby again. But the legend of the big-head baby ghost continues to haunt the streets of Hong Kong, a reminder of the eerie events that took place 20 years ago. Asian Horror Stories. Oksu Yoshui Station. Oksu Station, located in Orange Line 3 in Seoul, is a place where the ordinary and the supernatural intersect. Late one night, a college student named Min Ho was waiting for the last train after a long study session. As he stood on the platform, he noticed a woman with long, disheveled hair, seemingly drunk, dancing erratically near the edge. Curious and slightly unnerved, Min Ho took out his phone and snapped a photo of her strange behavior, posting it to an online forum. The image quickly went viral, with netizens urging him to take more photos. As he continued to document the scene, the woman danced closer and closer to the edge of the platform, her movements becoming increasingly frantic. Suddenly, the woman stumbled and hit her head against the wall, causing her forehead to bleed. Alarmed, Minho posted another update. The forum exploded with comments. Gotta do a slight pause. You're talking to thousands of people on the internet while you're watching this girl smack her head against a wall and update pictures while people are yelling at you to just do something. Got him old. Some warned him to stay away, suggesting she might be a ghost. Others speculated that she was led by a malevolent spirit trying to pull her into the tracks. Some even claimed to see a ghostly hand tugging at her hair. You really have time to be reading these comments. As the tension mounted, the woman vanished without a trace. Min Ho, shaken and worried, stopped responding to the forum. Yeah, good. The next day, the news reported a tragic incident. A man and woman had jumped into the tracks at Yashui Station, ending their lives. Initially believed to be lovers, an investigation revealed that they had no connection to each other. The eerie coincidence and the mysterious disappearance of the woman at Oksu Station led to widespread fear. Commuters began avoiding the station at night, opting for other routes to avoid any potential encounters with the supernatural, or somebody filming you and posting to forums. To this day, the legend of the dancing woman at Oksu Station lingers, a chilling reminder of the thin veil between the living and the dead. And the internet. The Hong Kong Grandma. A Korean urban legend in the bustling streets of Hong Kong in the late 1980s. There lived a kind-hearted grandma with an unwavering love for a feline companion. She frequently traveled between Hong Kong and South Korea, her heart filled with joy as she explored the vibrant cultures of both nations. One fateful day, tragedy struck. The grandma's flight encountered a terrible accident, claiming her life. Devastated by the loss of her beloved owner, the grandma's cat, driven by an extraordinary love, sacrificed its own soul to save her. As a result, the grandma was reborn as a hybrid creature, half human and half cat. Her spirit, now tethered to the mortal world, began to wander the streets of Korea, forever haunting the accident that claimed her life. Legend has it that those who frequently stray from their homes or neglect sleep are most susceptible to encountering the Hong Kong grandma ghost. If you're unfortunate enough to cross paths with her, remember this vital rule. Always include the word Hong Kong in every sentence you speak. Failure to do so will seal your fate, as she'll be drawn to you with irresistible force. The Hong Kong grandma ghost possesses a terrifying ability. She can sprint 100 meters in a mere 10 seconds. When she sets her sights on you, escape is futile. Her ghostly form moves with a speed that defies human comprehension, making her an elusive and formidable threat. So, if you find yourself wandering the streets of Korea late at night, be cautious. The Hong Kong grandma ghost may be lurking nearby, waiting for her next unsuspecting victim. Remember to always include the word Hong Kong in your conversations and stay vigilant. For the realm of the supernatural, even the most ordinary encounters can turn into terrifying nightmares. A narrow escape, Young Ho, a curious student with a penchant for late-night explorations, found himself wandering the deserted streets of Seoul one evening. As he strolled past an abandoned building, a chilling sensation washed over him. He felt a presence, a spectral energy that seemed to emanate from the crumbling structure. Intrigued and slightly frightened, Young Ho cautiously approached the building. A figure emerged from the shadows, its form indistinct in the moonlight. As it drew closer, Young Ho realized it was the infamous Hong Kong grandma ghost. Panic surged through him as he recognized the creature's otherworldly appearance. Remembering the legend, young Ho quickly composed himself. "Hong Kong Grandma," he began, his voice trembling slightly. "I have something to ask you." The ghost paused, her eyes fixed on young Ho. "Speak," she demanded, her voice a chilling sound. Young Ho took a deep breath. "Hong Kong Grandma, I've been told that those who encounter you always include the word Hong Kong in their sentences. Is this true?" The ghost nodded slowly. "Indeed," she replied. "It is the only way to appease my restless spirit." Relieved, young Ho continued. "Hong Kong Grandma, I am a student from Seoul. I've always been fascinated by the stories of Hong Kong." The ghost seemed intrigued. "Tell me more, young man," she said. Young Ho seized the opportunity. He spoke of Hong Kong's vibrant culture, its bustling streets, and its delicious cuisine. He described the city's iconic landmarks and the friendly people that he'd met there. As young Ho spoke, the ghost's demeanor softened. She seemed to be drawn into his stories, her spectral form growing less menacing. When young Ho finally finished, the ghost sighed. "Thank you," she said. "Your words have brought me comfort." And with that, the Hong Kong Grandma ghost turned and vanished into the shadows. Young Ho stood there, stunned. He had not only survived his encounter with the terrifying creature, but had also managed to calm her restless spirit. We need more people like that. Room 1301. In a quiet neighborhood in Seoul, a newlywed couple moved into an apartment number 1401. They had a routine of jogging together every morning, enjoying the fresh air and each other's company. One morning as they jogged and chatted, the husband suddenly stopped. The wife, lost in her thoughts, continued running. For a few more meters she ran before realizing that he wasn't beside her. Turning back, she saw her husband standing still, talking to the empty air with a smile on his face. Confused, she asked him who he was talking to. He replied that he was greeting their neighbor from apartment number 1301. The wife, however, saw nobody there and thought her husband was playing a prank on her, or perhaps not fully awake. This led to a heated argument once they returned home, with the husband insisting that he had seen somebody and the wife adamant that there was no one there. Later that day, feeling guilty for the quarrel, the wife decided to make amends by cooking her husband's favorite meal. She bought fresh vegetables and hurried home, only to find the door ajar. Inside, she discovered her husband lying on the floor, eyes wide open, lifeless. The neighbors helped her with the funeral arrangements. The wife couldn't shake off the memory of the mysterious woman her husband had greeted. As she delved deeper, she learned that others who had encountered this invisible woman from apartment number 1301 had also met their untimely deaths within 3 days. The residents of the building, terrified by the string of mysterious deaths, petitioned the court for an investigation. However, the case was quickly closed due to the lack of scientific evidence. Desperate, the residents protested against W Construction Company, the builders of the apartment. Eventually, they received compensation and the building was abandoned. Since then, no more mysterious deaths occurred, but the legend of Room 1301 lives on. It's said that if you ever meet a woman there and greet her, it might not be a blessing, but a harbinger of doom. Pulau Tekong. On the desolate island of Pulau Tekong, a place often shrouded in fog and mystery, there's an urban legend that every recruit hears about on their first night of training. Decades ago, there's a young soldier named Wei Shen, who disappeared during the routine jungle training exercise. Despite extensive searches, Wei Shen was never found. It was said that he got separated from his squad and ventured too deep into the island's dense forest. On moonless nights, some claim they can still hear his ghostly calls for help, echoing through the trees. The story goes that Wei Shen's spirit is stuck in a time loop, forever lost in the jungle. Recruits whisper that if you stray from the path during that night, you may encounter his ghost, pale and disoriented, still clutching to his rifle and pleading for directions back to camp. Legend has it that those who see Wei Shen's ghost either get lost themselves or bring bad luck to their squad for the rest of their service. To this day, even the most skeptical soldiers avoid discussing Wei Shen after dark, as if uttering his name might summon his restless spirit from the shadows. A group of curious young thrill-seekers decided to test their courage by visiting Pulau Tekong on a night of a new moon, when Wei Shen's ghost was rumored to be most active. Among them were Jian, Mai, Liang, and Kai, armed with only flashlights and a nervous sense of adventure. They stepped into the dense, shadowy forest. As the night deepened, the forest seemed to close in around them, each tree and bush casting eerie shapes in the darkness. The group huddled close together, whispering nervously, when suddenly a faint, ghostly voice echoed through the trees. "Help me, please help me." The temperature dropped sharply as an ethereal mist rose from the ground. The group exchanged frightened glances, but pressed on, driven by both fear and curiosity. Their flashlights flickered, casting long, waving shadows. Then they saw him, a pale figure in a tattered uniform, eyes hollow and pleading. This was emerging from the mist. It was Wei Shen. "Please, I need to find my way back," the ghostly soldier said, reaching out with a trembling hand. Panic surged through the group. Jian's flashlight slipped from his grasp and shattered on the ground, plunging them into near-total darkness. "We need to get out of here now," Mai urged, her voice trembling. Suddenly the forest erupted into a cacophony of ghostly wails and whispers. The ghost of Wei Shen seemed to multiply, peering from all directions, his hands still reaching out for help. The group stumbled and ran, heartbeats pounding in their ears, and as they desperately searched for a path back to their boat. Liang tripped over a root and fell, but Kai quickly pulled him up, adrenaline lending strength to their limbs. They could see the faint glow of the moonlit beach ahead. With Wei Shen's anguished cries growing louder, they made a final sprint, bursting through the tree line and collapsing into the sand. As they reached their boat and pushed off to the water, the wails faded into the distance. Exhausted but relieved, they watched Pulau Tekong recede into the darkness. The group never spoke of their encounter again, but they carried Wei Shen's ghostly plea with them, a chilling reminder that some spirits never rest. Ghost in the Elevator Mirror. In the heart of Seoul, there was an old, creaky building with an elevator. Infamous amongst locals, this elevator wasn't just any elevator. It was one that held a sinister legend. On the rare nights when the moon was full, the elevator's mirrors on both sides would create an endless tunnel of reflections. Every occupant would see their image stretch into infinity. But the truly brave or foolish would notice something even more chilling. Look closely at your 4th and 13th reflections, the legends warned. The reflections were said to harbor a ghost, an entity that looks just like you, but isn't you at all. The ghost could move even when you stood still, its eyes unblinking and full of malice. One fateful night, a young woman named Yuna, desperate to disprove the myth, stepped into the elevator with her friends. They switched on their phones' flashlights, illuminating the eerie corridor of reflections. Yuna, determined to face her fears, stared into the mirrors. 1, 2, 3, 4 reflections deep, with a cow in the background. She saw herself, but something was off. The 4th reflection smirked, although her own lips remained still. Her friends laughed nervously, urging her to stop, but Yuna was entranced. She continued counting. 12, 13. The 13th reflection was unmistakably her, but her eyes as cold as ice. It raised a hand while Yuna's own stayed at her side. Panic set in as Yuna's gaze met the ghost's, A jolt of icy dread shot through her. The elevator jolted and lights flickered in the dim light. The ghost seemed to step closer, its eyes locking onto hers with an intensity that spoke of impending doom. The walls seemed to close in as the air was thick with whispers of the supernatural. With a sudden burst of courage, Yuna's friend Min Ho yanked her away from the mirrors. They all bolted out of the elevator the moment the doors creaked open. Their hearts pounded in their chests, breathless from terror. The friends vowed never to speak that night again, but Yuna couldn't shake the ghost's chilling stare from her mind. From then on, whispers spread across the city. People avoided looking too deep into the elevator mirrors, fearful of encountering their ghostly doppelganger. And those who dared, well, they never lingered in those reflections long enough to find out what would happen next. Mae Nak. In a small village along the banks of the Phra Kanong River, there lived a beautiful woman named Nak. She was deeply in love with her husband, Mac. Their love was the talk of the village. Nak was pregnant with their first child when Mac was conscripted to fight in a distant war. Despite the sorrow of separation, Nak remained hopeful for a safe return. Tragically, during childbirth, both Nak and her baby passed away. The villagers mourned their loss, but life did have to go on. When Mac finally returned from the war, he found his home just as he had left it, with Nak and their baby seemingly waiting for him. Overjoyed, he ignored the villagers' warnings of his wife being a ghost now. Mac's blissful ignorance was shattered one evening when he saw Nak stretch her arm unnaturally long to pick up a fallen lime from the floor. Realizing the truth, he fled in terror. Nak, now a vengeful spirit, pursued him relentlessly. Mac sought refuge in a temple where the sanctity of the grounds protected him from her wrath. The monks of the temple performed rituals to exorcise Nak's spirit. They first confined her to a clay jar, which was thrown into the river. However, her spirit was too powerful and continued to haunt the village. In a second attempt, the monks trapped her spirit in a waistband, which was said to be kept by the royal family of Thailand to this day. Despite the exorcisms, the legends of Mae Nak endures, a poignant tale of love, loss, and the supernatural that continues to captivate and terrifies those who hear it. Sanfang Department Store. In 1995, the collapse of Sanfang Department Store shocked the world. This incident was more than just a building collapse. It was shrouded in a chilling legend. According to the legend, on this day of the incident, a mother took her child to the department store for shopping. The child kept insisting on going home, but the mother persuaded him with the promise of toys. However, the child continued to be stubborn, and eventually the mother gave in and took him out of the department store. Upon returning home, the mother turned on the TV and was horrified to see the news of Sanfang Department Store's collapse. The child looked at the news and said to his mother, "Mom, I told you to leave quickly." Surprised, the mother asked the child why he knew to leave. The child replied, "Everyone in the department store was tied around the neck with black ropes by a man wearing black clothes." After the incident, investigations revealed that the Sanfang department store was aware of the building's structural problems due to illegal construction. The collapse resulted in the deaths of 502 people, making it one of the worst building collapses in history. Despite knowing the risks, the CEO of the relevant group was only sentenced to 7 years in prison, sparking outrage amongst the victims' families. Following the collapse, numerous supernatural occurrences were reported at the site of Sanfang department store. One man claimed to have seen a group of people rushing somewhere after work, all carrying the same paper bags. He described the logo on the bags to his wife. 3 circles stacked into a triangle, his wife exclaimed. "That's the logo of Sanfang department store." This legend serves as a haunting reminder of the tragic Sanfang department store collapse and the importance of safety and construction standards. continues to send a chilling message to people about the consequences of negligence and the enduring power of superstition. Ghost Tower. In the heart of Bangkok, the Sathorn Unique Tower stands as a skeletal reminder of the dreams that were left unfulfilled. Abandoned during the 1997 Asian financial crisis, the 49-story skyscraper looms over the city, shrouded in mystery and whispers of the supernatural. One rainy evening, a group of urban explorers decided to venture into the ghost tower. Among them was Niran, a thrill-seeker with a penchant for the paranormal. As they ascended the crumbling stairs, the air grew colder. An unsettling silence enveloped them. On the 43rd floor, they stumbled upon a room filled with old construction equipment and graffiti-covered walls. Suddenly, Niran felt a chill run down his spine. He turned to see a shadowy figure standing in the corner, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. The figure whispered in a language that he couldn't understand, but the message was clear. They were not welcome. Ignoring the warnings, the group pressed on, reaching the rooftop. The view of Bangkok was breathtaking, but the sense of dread was palpable. As they prepared to leave, Niran noticed a faint light flickering in one of the lower floors. Curiosity got the better of him, and he decided to investigate alone. Descending the stairs, he followed the light to a room that seemed untouched by time. In the center was an old ornate mirror. As Niran approached, the reflection in the mirror changed. Instead of his own face, he saw the visage of a woman. Her eyes filled with sorrow and anger. She reached out from the mirror, her hand passing through the glass as if it were water. Terrified, Niran stumbled back, but the ghostly woman followed, her mournful wails echoing through the empty halls. He ran, his footsteps pounding against the concrete, but no matter how fast he moved, the ghost was always just behind him. Finally, he burst out of the building, gasping for breath. The rest of the group found him pale and trembling, unable to speak of what he had seen. They left the ghost tower that night, vowing never to return. But Niran was never the same. He spoke of the woman in the mirror, of her sorrow, of her rage. Some say that she was a victim of a tragic accident during the tower's construction, her spirit trapped in the unfinished building. Others believe she was a guardian, protecting the secrets of the ghost tower from those who dared to uncover them. To this day, the Sathorn Unique Tower remains a place of mystery and fear, its dark corridors echoing with the whispers of the past, and those who dare to enter might just find themselves face to face with the ghostly woman in the mirror. Juro Road Ghost. It was a foggy night when Minho, a young businessman, found himself driving along Juro, the infamous Freedom Road. He had heard the stories about the ghostly woman who haunted the stretch of highway, but he dismissed them as mere urban legends. After a long day of meeting in Seoul, he was eager to get home to Paju. As Minho drove through the dense fog, his car's headlights barely pierced the thick mist. The road was eerily quiet, within only occasional rustle of leaves breaking the silence. Suddenly, his car's radio cracked to life, playing an old haunting melody. Minho tried to change the station, but the dial seemed stuck. Just as he was about to turn off the radio, he saw her. A woman stood in the middle of the road, her hair long and flowing in the wind, and her face obscured by large sunglasses. Minho's heart raced as he swerved to avoid hitting her, narrowly missing a collision. He pushed over to the side of the road, his hands trembling on the steering wheel. Gathering his courage, Minho stepped out of the car to check on the woman. As he approached, he noticed something strange. Her sunglasses seemed to absorb the light, creating an unnatural darkness around her eyes. When she turned to face him, Minho's blood ran cold. Her eyes were not covered by sunglasses. They were in fact empty voids, black as the night. "Help me," she whispered, her voice echoing in the still air. Minho stumbled back, his mind racing with fear. He had heard the stories, but nothing could have prepared him for this encounter. The woman began to move towards him, her steps slow and deliberate. Panicking, Minho rushed back to his car and slammed the door shut. He fumbled with the keys, finally managing to start the engine. As he sped away, he glanced in the rearview mirror and saw the woman standing in the middle of the road, her eyes just following him. The rest of the drive was a blur. Minho's heart pounded in his chest. He couldn't shake the image of the ghostly woman from his mind. When he finally reached home, he locked all the doors and windows, hoping to keep the terror at bay. That night, Minho couldn't sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw her face, those dark, empty eyes staring into his soul. He knew he would never forget the haunting encounter at Juro, and he vowed never to drive that road at night again. Sinai Tunnel Ghost Stories. On a rainy midnight in Taipei, a taxi driver was making his rounds. That's when he picked up a young woman near the Sinai Tunnel. She was drenched and shivering. He offered her a warm ride home. The journey was quiet, with only the sound of raindrops pattering against the car windows. The driver noticed the young woman seemed unusually quiet, staring out the window with a distant look in her eyes. After a short drive, they arrived at an old, somewhat dilapidated house. The young woman with soft and apologetic voice told the driver she had left her purse at work, asked if he could wait while she fetched the money from inside. The driver agreed, watching as she disappeared into the house. Minutes turned into 20. The driver, growing impatient and concerned, decided to knock on the door. An elderly man answered, his face etched with sorrow. The driver explained the situation, and the old man sighed deeply before handing him the fare. "Thank you," the driver said. "But where's the young lady?" The old man's eyes filled with tears as he replied, "My daughter died in a car accident years ago. Every night she comes home, just like tonight." The driver, stunned and speechless, looked back at his taxi. He could still see the faint outline of the young woman in the back seat, her presence lingering like a whisper in the night. The old man invited the driver inside. That's where he saw a small shrine that was dedicated to the young woman. It was adorned with her photographs and favorite belongings. The old man and his wife shared stories of their daughter, describing her as a vibrant and loving person who always cared for others. They spoke of the tragic accident that took her life and how they felt her presence every night. It's as if she was still trying to come home to them. The driver, moved by their love and grief, realized that the young woman's spirit found solace in returning to her parents, even if just for a fleeting moment each night. That's brutal. Kucha Saka. In the quiet town of Matsumoto, whispers of the Kucha Saka and the slit-mouthed woman had long haunted the streets. It was said that she roamed the night, seeking victims to ask her dreaded question, "Am I beautiful?" One chilly evening, Hiroshi, a young man known for his curiosity and bravery, found himself walking home alone after a late shift. The streets were eerily silent. The only sound was the crunch of the footsteps on the gravel. As he turned a corner, he saw her, a tall woman with long black hair, her face partially covered by a surgical mask. She stood under a flickering street lamp, her eyes fixed on him. "Am I beautiful?" she asked, her voice carrying an unsettling calm. Hiroshi's heart pounded. He had heard of stories. If he said no, she would kill him on the spot. If he said yes, she would reveal her grotesque slit mouth and ask again, leading to a gruesome fate. But but Hiroshi remembered a piece of advice from an old friend. He took a deep breath and replied, "You look average." The woman paused, her eyes narrowing. It was not the answer she expected. For a moment, the air was thick with tension. Then, without a word, she turned and vanished into the shadows. Hiroshi stood there, trembling but alive. But he had done what few had managed. He had escaped the Kucha Saka by giving an answer that neither flattered nor insulted her. From that night on, he became a local legend, the man who outsmarted the slit-mouthed woman. Marble playing sounds. In the heart of Singapore, nestled within the towering HDB flats, lived a man named Wei. For several nights, Wei had been tormented by the incessant sound of marbles dropping and rolling over his flat. The tuck, tuck, tuck echoed through the stillness of the night, robbing him of precious sleep. Frustrated and sleep-deprived, Wei decided to confront his upstairs neighbors. He climbed the stairs, each step heavy with annoyance. When he reached the flat above, he knocked firmly on the door. To his surprise, there was no answer. He knocked again, louder this time, but still, silence was greeting him. His curiosity was piqued. Wei peered through the small window beside the door. The flat was empty. Bewildered, he recalled the unit had been vacant for months. As he turned to leave, a chill ran down his spine. He heard the unmistakable sound of marbles again, this time closer, almost as if it were right behind him. Wei spun around and saw a young boy, no older than 7, sitting on the floor, playing with marbles. The boy looked up and smiled, his eyes gleaming in the dim light. "Do you want to play?" the boy asked, his voice eerily calm. Wei's heart raced. He stammered, Who are you?" The boy didn't answer. Instead, he continued to play, the marbles clinking and clattering against the floor. Wei backed away slowly, his mind racing with fear and confusion. He hurried down the stairs, the sound of marbles following him, growing fainter with each step. Back in his flat, Wei tried to rationalize what he had seen. He had heard stories from other residents about the mysterious marble sounds. Some said it was due to the expansion and contraction of pipes or the shifting of furniture. Others believed it was like a playful spirit of a young ghost, forever trapped in this building. That night as Wei lay in bed, the talk, talk, talk resumed. But now, instead of annoyance, he felt a strange sense of acceptance. He knew he wasn't alone with his sleepless nights. Somewhere above, a young spirit was playing, reminding him of the mysteries that linger in the shadows of the HDB flats. A Korean urban legend, The Girl in the Bookshelf. In a quiet library, a diligent student was burning the midnight oil, preparing for his final exams. As he flipped through his textbooks, he felt an unsettling sensation, like somebody was watching him. Glancing up, he saw a girl peering at him through the gap in the bookshelf. She had an unnerving smile and rested her chin on her elbows, her eyes fixated on him. Dismissing her as just another late-night student, he returned to his studies. Hours passed. Then the library began to empty. The boy noticed the girl again, this time through a different bookshelf, still smiling that eerie smile. He tried to ignore her, focusing on his notes. As the night wore on and the library grew silent, the boy heard a strange tapping sound. Looking round, he saw the girl again, now standing at the end of the table. Her smile was unchanged, but something was different. The tapping grew louder. He realized it was coming from her elbows, which were tapping against the table as she moved closer. In a horrifying moment of clarity, he saw that the girl had no lower body. She was floating, her torso ending in a ragged, ghostly mist. The tapping was the sound of her elbows hitting the table as she moved toward him with unnatural speed. Terrified, the boy grabbed his belongings and fled the library, never to return after dark. The legend says that the girl was a student who died tragically in the library, and her restless spirit now haunts the shelves, searching for company in the lonely hours of the night. Nang Lum. In a bustling city in Thailand, a prestigious dance academy was known for its dedication to preserving traditional Thai dance. Among its students was Niran, a talented but arrogant dancer who believed that modern dance was superior to the old ways. He often mocked the traditional dances, considering them outdated and irrelevant. One evening, after a particularly heated argument with his instructor about the value of traditional dance, Niran decided to prove his point. He sneaked into the academy's old theater, where many believed the spirit of Nang Lum resided. With a smirk, he began to perform a modern dance routine, deliberately mocking the graceful movements of traditional Thai dance. As Niran danced, the air grew heavy, and an unsettling silence fell over the theater. Suddenly, the sounds of jingling anklets echoed through the room. Niran paused, his heart pounding. From the shadows, a figure emerged, a woman in a traditional cone dress, her face pale and smeared with blood, her eyes burning with anger. It was Nang Lum. Niran tried to brush off his fear, but as Nang Lum began her haunting dance, he felt a chill run down his spine. Her movements were both beautiful and terrifying, filled with a sorrowful grace that mocked his earlier arrogance. The ghostly dancer's eyes locked into Niran. He felt an invisible force compelling him to dance. Despite his fear, Niran's body moved against his will, mirroring Nang Lum's every step. The dance grew faster and more intense, and Niran's mocking smile faded into a grimace of pain and exhaustion. He realized too late that he had disrespected not just the dance, but the spirit who guarded it. As the dance reached its climax, Niran collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath. Nang Lum's ghostly form loomed over him, her eyes filled with a vengeful fire. She whispered a curse, condemning him to a life of nightmares and hallucinations, forever haunted by the spirits of those who respected the art that he had mocked. Niran's encounter with Nang Lum changed him profoundly. He became a humble and respectful student, dedicating himself to learning and preserving traditional Thai dance. He often shared his story with others, warning them of the consequences of disrespecting the cultural arts and the spirits that protect them. I wish every country had a Nang Lum. Mr. Kaku. In the heart of South Korea, there lies an abandoned mental asylum known as Gonjam. Among the many dark tales that surround this place, the story of Mr. Kaku stands out as one of the most terrifying. Mr. Kaku was once a mentally unwell man, tormented by his own mind. His condition was so severe that he was sent to Gonjam, one of the most horrific mental asylums in the country. His stay there was nothing short of a nightmare. Among the many patients, there was a young woman who took a particular interest in him. Her interest, however, was far from benign. She horrifically beat him, her cruel, knowing no bounds. The torture he endured at her hands was so severe that it twisted his mind further, filling him with a deep-seated hatred for all women. One fateful day, Mr. Kaku managed to escape the asylum. His freedom, however, marked the beginning of a new nightmare for the country. Reports began to flood in from all corners about a man attacking high school girls with an axe. Despite numerous reports and a rising death toll, the police could never catch the elusive serial killer. As the legend goes, Mr. Kaku's vengeful ghost now lurks in the dark alleyways, waiting for unsuspecting women. Whenever a woman walks by, he jumps out and screams, "Kaku, Kaku, Kaku!" And the only way to survive an encounter with him is to repeat his catchphrase back to him and run for your life. If he gets close enough to ask, "Do you know Mr. Kaku?" you must answer yes and never look back. One evening after school, a clever high school girl named Ji-Yun was walking home alone. She had heard the stories of Mr. Kaku, but never believed them. As she passed through a narrow alleyway, she suddenly heard the chilling cry, "Kaku, Kaku, Kaku!" Her heart bounded as she saw a shadowy figure emerge wielding an axe. Remembering the legend, Ji-Yun quickly shouted back, "Kaku, Kaku, Kaku!" The ghostly figure paused, seemingly confused. Seizing the moment, Ji-Yun ran as fast as she could, her mind racing for a plan. She ducked into a nearby convenience store, hoping to lose him, but Mr. Kaku was relentless. He followed her inside. His eyes were wild with rage. Thinking quickly, Ji-Yun grabbed a mirror from one of the shelves and held it up. Mr. Kaku froze, staring at his own reflection. In that moment of distraction, Ji-Yun slipped past him and ran out the back door. As she sprinted down the street, she heard his voice again. "Do you know Mr. Kaku?" Without looking back, she shouted, "Yes!" and kept running until she just returned the safety of her home. So, from that day on, Ji-Yun always took a different route home, and the legend of Mr. Kaku continued to haunt the alleyways. But she knew that she'd outsmarted him once, and be ready if it ever happened again. Old Library. The old library in Singapore had long been a haven for book lovers and scholars. Its towering shelves filled with ancient tombs created a labyrinth of knowledge. Yet, as the sun set, a different kind of aura enveloped the building. For years, whispers of a ghostly presence had circulated among the library's patrons. The legend spoke of a mysterious figure seen wandering the aisles, especially around midnight. The library staff was skeptical, attributing the stories to overactive imaginations. But those who had seen her, the reality was undeniable. One night, Sarah, a dedicated librarian, decided to stay late to finish cataloging new arrivals. The library was eerily silent as she worked. The only sound, the faint rustling of pages, the occasional creak of old wood. Suddenly, she heard a soft, melodic hum drifting through the air. Curious, Sarah followed the sound, her footsteps echoing in the empty corridors. The hum led her to the oldest section of the library, where the rarest and oldest books were kept. As she turned the corner, she saw her, a woman dressed in a flowing white gown, her back turned. "Hello?" Sarah called out, her voice trembling. The woman slowly turned, revealing a pale, sorrowful face. Her eyes were empty voids, and her mouth formed a silent scream. Sarah froze in terror, unable to move as the ghostly figure glided toward her. In a blink, the figure vanished, leaving Sarah alone and shaken. She stumbled back to her desk, her mind reeling from the encounter. The hum began again, now sounding more like a mournful wail echoing through the library's halls. The next day, Sarah found an old newspaper article tucked between the pages of a rare book. The article told the tragic story of a young woman who had died in a fire that destroyed the original library building. Her spirit, unable to move on, was said to haunt the new library, eternally searching for the books that she had loved. Sarah never worked late again, and the story of the library ghost became a warning for others. As night falls over the old library, those brave enough to linger might hear the haunting hum and catch a glimpse of the ghostly figure, forever bound to her beloved books. Keyboard clicking sounds. Who's there? In the heart of Singapore's bustling business district, the skyline was dotted with modern glass-fronted buildings that never seemed to sleep. One such building was home to a tech firm where our main lead, Alex, worked. Alex often stayed late crunching numbers and perfecting presentations, the glow of the computer screen his only companion. One particularly busy night, as the office emptied, Alex settled in for another round of overtime. The clock ticked past midnight, and the silence of the office began to settle in. The usual hum of conversations and the steady clicking of keyboards were replaced by an eerie stillness. But then, just as Alex was about to delve into a report, a familiar sound broke the silence. The rhythmic clicking of a keyboard. At first, Alex thought it was just another late worker, but when he looked up, the desk where the sound was coming from was empty. Probably just my imagination, Alex muttered to himself, shaking off the unease. He turned back to his screen. The sound persisted and growing louder and more insistent. Curiosity getting the better of him, Alex stood up and walked over to the desk. The keyboard was there untouched, yet the clicking continued. He felt a cold draft sweep past him and the hairs in the back of his neck stood up. "Is anyone there?" he called out, his voice just medium volume. There was no reply, only this relentless clicking. Alex's heart raced as he backed away, feeling an inexplicable sense of dread. As he turned to return to his desk, he caught a glimpse of something in the corner of his eye. A shadowy figure, faint but unmistakable, standing near the office printer. Fear grabbed him, but he forced himself to approach the figure. As he got closer, it vanished, leaving behind only a chilling coldness. Alex hurried back to his desk, his mind racing with the night's events. He tried to focus on his work, but the atmosphere in the office had changed, the air thick with an unseen presence. Suddenly, the office lights flickered. The clicking stopped. The silence was deafening. Gathering his belongings, Alex decided to call it a night. Walked toward the elevator. The clicking resumed, now accompanied by a low, eerie hum. The doors of elevators closed behind him. As he descended, Alex couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. The next day, he shared his experiences with his colleagues, only to discover that he wasn't the first to encounter the mysterious keyboard sounds. Rumors spread through the office about a former employee who had worked tirelessly at that very desk, pushing himself to the limit until his sudden and tragic death. His spirit, it was said, remained bound to the office, forever typing away at unfinished business. From that night on, Alex made a point to leave the office before dusk, letting the ghostly typist have the last word. The Girl from the Gap. In the heart of Tokyo, a young man named Hiro lived in an old, creaky apartment. The building was filled with countless gaps and cracks. That's where shadows seemed to play tricks on the eyes. Hiro had heard whispers about the girl from the gap, a sinister spirit who lived between the furniture doors and drawers. One night as Hiro was tidying his room, he noticed a pair of eyes peering at him from a gap between his wardrobe and the wall. His blood ran cold. The eyes were dark and unblinking, filled with an haunting intensity. "Do you want to play hide and seek?" a voice asked. The girl from the gap had found him. Fear gripped Hiro, but he knew the legends well. If he saw her a second time, she would drag him to another dimension or worse, to hell. With his heart pounding, he tried to keep his composure. "Sure, let's play," he said, his voice pretty steady. He knew he had to outsmart her to survive. Hiro began to search his apartment, deliberately avoiding the places where he had noticed gaps. He knew that her rules were strict. If he found her again, it would be the end. As he moved from room to room, he made sure to keep his gaze above the cracks and corners where she might be hiding. Hours passed, and the tension grew unbearable. Every creak and shadow seemed to whisper her presence, but Hiro was determined. He strategically covered the gaps with towels, books, and anything he could find to block her hiding spots. In the dim light of dawn, Hiro finally felt a sense of relief. He had managed to avoid her gaze all night. But just as he thought he was safe, he heard the soft click of a door behind him. Turning slowly, Hiro saw her eyes again, this time in the gap of the partially open door. The second encounter. Panic surged through him, but he quickly devised a plan. "Wait," he said, his voice filled with a mix of fear and resolve. "If you take me now, the game will be over. Let's make it more interesting. What if you hide in someone else's home, and I find you there? If I win, you leave me alone forever." The girl from the gap seemed to consider his proposal. Her eyes blinked slowly, and then she disappeared into the shadows. Hiro had bought himself some time, but he knew that he had to act quickly. He immediately sealed the gap around the door and covered every remaining crack in his apartment. From that day on, Hiro lived cautiously, making sure to avoid any place where gaps could reveal those haunting eyes again. He had cleverly negotiated his survival, but the memory of the girl from the gap remained, a chilling reminder of the night that he outwitted a vengeful spirit. I don't know about that vengeful spirit, but that doesn't seem like a very good deal. The MP3 Kidnapping. Seoul is a city that never sleeps, its streets buzzing with life at all hours. But when night falls, some corners of the city take on a more sinister air. This is a story that starts in one such corner, with a young woman named Ji-won. Ji-won was a music lover, always attached to her MP3 player. She often took late-night walks through the quiet streets, finding solace in the rhythmic beats that filled her ears. Her friends warned her to be careful, especially after hearing about the urban legend of the MP3 kidnapping. But Ji-won brushed off their concerns, thinking it was just a silly story to scare people. One chilling autumn evening, Ji-won decided to take her usual route through a narrow alleyway, headphones firmly in place. The music drowned out the world around her. She let herself get lost in the melodies. She didn't notice the figure lurking in the shadows, watching her every move. As she walked, the song changed to a haunting tune that sent shivers down her spine. Suddenly, the music stopped. Puzzled, Ji-won pulled out her MP3 player to check it. The screen was blank. Frowning, she looked around, realizing for the first time how eerily silent the alleyway was. A cold breeze swept through, and she heard a faint rustling behind her. She turned, her heart pounding. A man stood at the end of the alley, his face hidden in the shadows. He took a step towards her, and Ji-won's instincts screamed at her to run. She bolted, the man's footsteps echoing behind her. Panic surged through her veins as she realized that he was gaining on her. She darted down another alley, but it was a dead end. Desperate, she fumbled for her phone, trying to call for help, but her hands were shaking too much. The man was almost upon her, his heavy breathing chilling her to the bone. Just as he reached out, she noticed a door slightly ajar to her right. She lunged for it, slipping inside and slamming it shut behind her. She pressed her ear up against the door, her breathing ragged, listening to his footsteps fade away. She let out a sigh of relief, thinking she was safe. Then she heard a familiar sound, the faint, eerie melody from her MP3 player. She looked down and saw the MP3 player still in her hand, the eerie melody playing on a loop. But the player had no power left. The screen was dead. A shiver ran down her spine as she realized the sound was coming from outside the room. Ji-won backed away from the door, her heart pounding. She needed to find another way out. She noticed a small window high up on the wall. Desperation gave her strength as she climbed into a rickety chair and pushed the window open. The sound of footsteps grew louder again. The man was back, his sinister presence almost tangible. Ji-won squeezed through the window, scraping her arms in her haste. She dropped to the ground outside, wincing in pain. She ran through the dark alley, her breath ragged and panic rising. She didn't stop until she reached a busy street, the noise and lights a stark contrast to the silence of the alley. She glanced back, but the man was nowhere in sight. Weeks passed. But Ji-won couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The sound of that haunting melody still echoed in her nightmares. She eventually moved to a new apartment in a different part of the city, hoping to leave the terror behind. But one evening, as she was unpacking, she found her old MP3 player in a box. Hesitating, she plugged it in and turned it on. The screen lit up and the eerie melody began to play again. Her blood ran cold as she saw a message appear on the screen. "You can't hide from me." Ji-won's story became a cautionary tale, a reminder of the dangers lurking in the shadows and the importance of staying alert. The legend of the MP3 kidnapping lived on, the haunting echo of her encounter with the unknown. Seems like today's episode mostly took place in Asia. Let's see what tomorrow brings. Sweet dreams. See ya. Welcome to Paranormal M, where strange occurrences come to life. Subscribe and activate notifications to catch our latest spine-tingling tales. Get ready for a thrilling, chilling journey. Mimic a true story. Hopefully it's about a mimic and not mimicking a true story. A guy named Sam lived in a city-rented 2-bedroom apartment. It's because he hated to be alone. He moved in on a lady and her young son. One afternoon, she told Sam that she'd experienced something. She was apparently very afraid. One night, while walking to the bathroom, she saw a tall, naked man walk down the hallway and turn into the kitchen. Sam asked where did the tall man start. She said it looked like it was coming out of his room. She was terrified and ran into the bathroom. When she exited the bathroom, she didn't see the tall man. Neither Sam or a woman had anyone over. Sam said he had felt like he was being watched, but dismissed it as childish. The lady stayed at his apartment for a few months and nothing else happened to her. She worked second shift and he worked days. Sam would be asleep when she came home and come. Sam would wake her up sitting on the floor in his room. She would just talk away. He figured it made her feel safe and, well, he didn't complain. He kind of enjoyed it himself. This carried on for a few months. The lease was up and it was time to move. The woman had rented a place with her new boyfriend. Sam thanked the lady for helping him pay rent and all that good stuff. He also thanked her for the late-night talks and said he was going to miss them. She was confused and didn't know what he was even talking about. She said that she usually goes to her bedroom. "Why would I be in yours?" she said. Sam had no clue why she would be in denial. Sometime later, he thought the tall, skinny man and wondered if that's who he'd been talking to. Somehow, he looked like her. Kinda nuts. Or maybe Sam lost his mind. A trickster ghost, maybe. Demon, maybe. Either way, Sam never slept the same again. And I am Sam, by the way. I just changed my name. Lived in a haunted house for 3 years. Only remember 7 months. As a kid of about 9 years old, my mom moved my brother into this house that was very close to her school at the time. I spoke to my mom about this house one day, reminiscing of our time there. I said by the end of it, I'm so glad we only lived there for 7 months. My mom, shocked and confused, exclaimed, "We lived in that house for 3 years. For the life of me, I can't recall more than 7 months. And these are the things that I do remember. There was a gray Persian cat that kept coming to the house even though all the windows and doors were closed. You would let it out, and as soon as you turned around, it would be behind you, always just staring. Still have a photo of the cat. The room I shared with my brother was always icy cold, even colder at night, so we couldn't sleep in there. Slept next to my mom. Every morning you would hear pots stir in the kitchen sink. My mom always said not to go in the kitchen when it happens. One time I did and saw a black figure just standing by the sink. My brother and I always shared birthday parties. We were 2 years and 10 days apart. I only vaguely remember the one party. I was walking down the hallway and I could hear breathing and footsteps behind me. Everyone was outside. I turned around and there was nothing. Went to the bathroom, saw a face behind me in the mirror. I don't remember any other time I'd used the bathroom. I just don't remember that bathroom except for that one moment. One night I woke up and saw my mom staring at something. I looked over and I saw red eyes. My mom just said, "Close your eyes, don't look." And as I closed my eyes, everything started to shake. In my home country, we're not known for earthquakes. That was before going deathly quiet. Every time my brother and I would come back from school, we would see a black figure sitting by the window, always closing the curtains as soon as we would get to the door. The last thing I remember, I used to play hide and seek with my mom. Whenever she would come back from work, I pretty much would do this. But this particular time, I decided to play in the closet, or rather hide. I giggled as I heard my mom calling for me. At that moment, I heard something giggle beside me. My blood ran cold as I turned my head and saw the same red eyes, that same black figure sitting next to me, smiling at me. I started getting premonitions. Through dreams since the incident in the closet, started as small things. Seeing our cat chase the gray Persian cat. Our cat never chased the Persian cat and never went outside into the street like shown in my dream. But one day our cat got out, and when we came back from school, we saw our cat chase the Persian cat exactly like in my dream. These dreams progressively got worse. Another where I twisted my ankle before a netball tournament. A week later I twisted my ankle during practice. Another where I would get chased by another kid and I'd twist my wrist. After we transferred to a new school, a boy was chasing me because he wanted to kiss me. My foot got caught in the gutter and I twisted my wrist and I fell forward. I had some that weren't as bad as dreaming of a driving instructor that was talking to me like I was a child and told myself, "This guy'll make you fail." And when the time came for me to learn to drive, I met the same guy from my dream. Exact same car, same way of speaking, same jersey and everything. So I wound up opting for another instructor. Passed my first try. I also dreamed of my own death. I woke up telling my mom I'll die by the time I'm 33. Currently I'm 32. How'd it feel you on that? Since moving away from the house, my memories feel like they're not my own. Like I'm watching from the outside. Whenever I close my eyes, I see shadow figures standing over me, smiling that same smile. My dreams were filled with demons with the same smile. They always said, "They're coming for me." And as the years went on, it progressed to, "Your time is near." I then met a guy. He told me 2 shadow beings have attached themselves to me, but a bigger being is waiting to claim me. He did something to exorcise these things, and since then he vanished. I didn't believe him. I'm still unsure if I do, but since he exorcised them, there are a lot of changes that have happened. Complete personality change. No longer disassociated to decisions or new memories. Not as impulsive, not constantly looking for a way out. Not looking for ways to get hurt and less clumsy. It's like I've finally gotten control over my own body, over my own mind. I went a complete 180 in a day. And the guilt of my actions over the years up until then is weighing on me as if I never acknowledged them before. I'm unsure what to do from here. Since turning 30, I've been feeling like my time is near. My body's been slowly degrading. I'm hoping I'm just paranoid that maybe though all my trauma, maybe I've lost my mind. I can't shake this feeling that something's going to happen. A few things. I normally don't comment on stories, but kind of have to. Something is always going to happen. It doesn't matter where you're from, what you are. You can be a butterfly or a rock. Something's gonna happen. Can't stop that. Now, as far as thinking you're going to die at a certain time, I feel you. I've had, from, let's just say, different ways of thinking about this, I've had people who come from different angles all say these sorts of things to me about a certain time, and I always thought bullshit, but then you have 6 different people from different things all saying the same prognosis. You start to believe a little bit. And you can't blame yourself if you're got 6 against 1 or 1 against 1. Depends how strong the other side feels. And even if your time is sooner than later, well, doesn't seem like there's much sense in fighting it. So, fill what time you got left with proper endeavors that, you feel proud of. Cheers. Ghost of Mark Twain. This happened in 2010 at a church in Elmira, New York. I gave a talk about, lighting for the church there. They put me in the sanctuary for my talk. As I'm sitting up in the front pew, corners of my eye, a man suddenly appears in the left aisle. They're dressed in white and with poofy white hair. I say to myself what I usually do. I have abilities, so am I really seeing this? I glance to the left and he disappears. Weird. I continue booting up the laptop and projector. A few minutes later he appears again. I ignored it and let him sit there for about 5 minutes before darting just my eyes quickly. He disappears again. I give my talk and there's no problems. As I'm clearing up after I look up at the main aisle and I see a stovepipe hat cross the front door window from the outside. What on earth? I walk up to the doors and I see an open horse-drawn carriage with 2 horses and a half dozen people dressed in period clothes. Black hoop skirts, suits, stovepipe hats. As I'm standing there wondering, a woman comes up to me inside and says she couldn't believe how much detail they put into this. I ask what's going on. She says, oh, they're recreating the funeral cortege, or how do you say that? Cortege? From the church to the cemetery. Today is exactly 100 years since Mark Twain's funeral was in the church. I grew up in Connecticut and his house is in Hartford. I know he died in Reading, Connecticut, but I was told by his wife that he was in Elmira, or rather from there. They summered there each year. He's buried in his family's plot. So I'm guessing that was Mark or Samuel Clemens visiting that day. Now he knows all about the compact fluorescent bulbs. My fiancé appeared in 2 different places in our apartment. So for a little context, my fiancé and I have been living in an apartment since about December of 2023. When we first moved in, she would have terrible visions of about an old lady visiting her while she was sleeping. She said this entity was evil and wanted to cause us harm. Our apartment is also laid out to where you can walk through the bathroom to the bedroom, into the living room and the kitchen and back into the bathroom. After about a month, my fiancé had her grandma come in and bless the place. Since then, my fiancé has not any bad dreams, though they have increased for me about tenfold. Well, one night when my fiancé was getting ready to take a bath, I was doing dishes. I looked to my left into the bathroom. I saw she was kind of standing there staring at the water. I then heard movement from the bedroom and looked at the bedroom and I see my fiancé come out. I looked back at the bathroom and the entity was facing me. And it had no face, it was just skin. But I could somehow tell it was looking directly at me and I felt this intense, crippling headache. Fell to the ground holding my head and then it subsided. Fiancé was standing over me, worried. I looked at the bathroom. The entity was gone. A few months have passed since then. Nothing else has happened until today. I've been out of work with a torn muscle in my back and I've been home alone pretty much a lot. So today, while sitting on my couch, the TV remote was sitting on my armrest. I got up to grab some water. When I got up, I felt something hit my back and hard, right where the muscle is torn. I turn around and the remote is sitting on the floor at my feet. The way it was positioned on the armrest, there's no way it could have been flung that fast and that hard. It felt like somebody or something threw it at me. I want to get my fiance's grandma back in to bless the place, but I'm afraid it would make things worse. It appeared to the last time. Any ideas? Is it normal for haunts and paranormal activity to just stop and never happen again? There was definitely some sort of presence lurking in the house. I didn't want my wife to be there late at night. I made sure that she'd be able to sleep at her nice warm apartment while I worked on her house, cleaning and renovating it. From 10 p.m. to about 2 a.m. after work most days, I'd do this. That's when things started happening. The first thing I ever noticed was this. Anytime I finished a room downstairs, I'd close the doors just out of habit and then proceed upstairs to do a little more. When I went back downstairs, all the doors were wide open, like they'd never been moved from the realtor's open house position. I never heard anything happening down there, and certainly not the doors moving. Next, same thing upstairs. If I got far away enough from a closed door, that pretty much was a safe bet that it was an 80% chance it was going to open when I came back to it. Then it started getting to the point where I could hear it happen. As you can gather from this post, I'm pretty fearless in paranormal and confrontational situations. That's because of my past. But this was starting to bother me. Now, the closest thing to malicious contact happened. It was a few weeks before the house was ready to move in. I had semi-accepted the spiritual presence in the house and was trying to talk to my wife about it little by little. I was finishing up in the guest room with the door closing me in there. I was pulling up carpet staples with my knife. I had music on at a low volume so I could observe more paranormal activity in there, if there was any. Just then, I heard the bathroom door, which is adjacent to a guest room, sprung open hard. Expecting a squatter because this sounded 100% like a real human's doing. I charged at the guest room door, knocking it off of its hinges ready to attack. Fight or flight kicked in. I was admittedly scared as fuck, but I'm a huge dude and thought I did at least stand a chance. There was nothing. There was no one. The door had violently sprung open, and this was the hardest that had happened yet. At this point, it was enough. Deciding not to tell my wife about this, far more aggressive incident, I went back to the house the following morning before work. I had to walk through the entire house and basically had a heart-to-heart with it. I told whatever was there that I'm sorry. This house is ours now. This is how it has to be. I said I hoped it would find peace and a bunch of cliche stuff. I asked how I could make this less painful for whoever it was. I tried to be respectful. All voice recordings came back with a sort of unintelligible whispering noise. I wasn't sure really what I was going to do, but just like that, nothing ever happened again. I've been living in this house 6 months. No contact has been made. No response on EVP, no door closing, no eerie presence. Could I really have set this thing at peace just by talking to it? A gut feeling. I'm a hunter in the Midwest USA, and I've got a question I need answered. A little bit of background information. I go hunting by myself as I feel it gives me more freedom in relying on my own skills. I typically hunt early in the morning or late in the evenings. I've gone hunting many times throughout my life, and there's a handful of experiences that still give me the chills when I think about them. The first is a bit more of a natural level than the latter two. This is the first one. When I was 15 years old, I went out around 4 a.m. on a winter morning. Snow falling slowly towards the ground. I drove my four-wheeler to the edge of the field about a quarter mile from the old platform stand about 9 feet in the air. I hopped off the UTV, began walking as quietly as possible toward that stand. Once to the stand, I began to climb the old 2x4 quote-unquote ladder nailed into the trunk of the tree. The wind was cold and the woods were wet. I decided it'd be best to lay in a prone position in my sleeping bag, facing my rifle towards the open field that laid ahead. An hour or so passed by, and all I'd seen from my efforts was a squirrel and a spike bug. Those weren't what caught my attention. From beneath the stand, just out of my eyesight, I could hear a slight rustling in the snow and grass, likely belonging to that of a scurrying rabbit or squirrel. I stayed completely still as I heard these noises, as not to ruin my chances of getting a deer in the near future. As I was laying there looking out over the field, I heard larger crunching steps in the snow approaching from behind. Hoping for a deer to walk right out, from behind me, I continued to stay still and holding my breath. These steps reached directly beneath the stand and began circling around underneath, in a similar fashion to the noises I had heard from the rabbit earlier. As I laid there, I realized that whatever was underneath the stand was not a deer. It was slow, almost methodical, and the realization hit that whatever was beneath the stand wouldn't be friendly or afraid of me. My adrenaline spiked and I stayed huddled inside my sleeping bag. After what felt like maybe an hour, but was only maybe a few minutes most likely, holding my breath, listening to steps, I passed out as the adrenaline was beginning to wear off. I woke up roughly 45 minutes later, cold and remembering how I'd ended up in my situation. Sat up after realizing there were no sounds near me. I began looking around from the platform. About 40 feet to the west of the sand, I saw a dark spot in the snow. I climbed down, rifle in hand, and went to inspect the spot. The dark snow was actually blood splattered from what appeared to be remnants of rabbit fur. In the surrounding area, the snow all around the stand could make out as what I identified as tracks of a mountain lion. Looking back, I think of how lucky I was that it didn't climb up the platform while I was sleeping and make me its meal rather than the poor rabbit. 2 to 3. These stories took place on the same platform, one at about 6 p.m. and the other at around 9 p.m. While sitting on the platform, I noticed that everything around me had gone quiet. No chirping from bugs or birds, no rustling of leaves in the wind. As I sat there in the stand, a pit began to form in my stomach. After a while, this dread left, and I got out of the stand and ended my hunt for the night. You ever get that feeling of being watched, and a sense of dread that washes over your mind? That's the feeling I had as the sun began to disappear into the night while I sat in my tree stand. It was the final night of deer season. I had one tag left to fill. I refused to let the $25 tag go to waste. I believe I ended up overstaying my welcome in the woods that night. The sense of dread continued to wear at my mental state, and I began to shake. I was frozen in place in my stand. I jumped out of the stand as a fear was pushing me to flee. I sprinted the quarter-mile back to the four-wheeler, raced back home with the childish fear of something directly behind me. Ever since then, I've refused to overstay my welcome in the woods. I have a suspicion that there are more out there than just mountain lions. If anybody has any similar stories, experiences, or questions, comment here to make them easy to find. Stones Creek Battlefield, 10/5/24. So my friend and I are both females in our 40s. We went to Stones Creek Battlefield to do a paranormal investigation. It is a great location. We spent several hours going through the woods in the early evening. That went on well into the night. We picked up several EVPs and got several very interesting pictures around the canyons, some random misty areas that weren't there, but they did show up in the pictures. We then crossed Nashville Pike to the cemetery, and we were greeted via digital recording by a nice spirit who politely said it was nice to meet us. Her name was Gloria, and then nothing. So after about an hour, it's about 10:15 p.m. now, decided to go back across the battlefield. But this time we were going to approach the battlefield from the backside and go up a path that we hadn't taken previously. So as we started this way, we stopped to look at the carts and other cannons, hearing only normal sounds around us, owls and bugs. Then as we turn and start, sown the path. Note, we had our lights off, not needing lights at the time due to, 3/4 of the moon. Pretty massive crashing and breaking of trees and branches were heard. The trees were shaking, so loud it sounded like it moved toward us then backwards. I froze, and Trina, my friend, she started backing up quickly. The noise stopped rather quickly. So did everything else. It was eerie. I decided we must have spooked an animal, so I do loudly proclaim this. It's just a deer. I flip on my headlamp, train it towards the woods, a cedar grove. We were probably 15 feet from the mouth of the woods, and yep, I see it. Eye shine. Several, 2, 3, 5, shit, a bunch. Trina now beside me, looking at these eyes, looking at us with a set of them. They start coming forward. I turn up my headlamp, and I see the trees and leaves, but no animals at all, just really, really dark masses and eye shine. Not white eyes, but not yellow either, and large. This is all in a very short time period. As we realize one is moving forward slowly, we also realize that we're on top of a sloping incline and these eyes were up higher in the trees. And then the one moving forward stood up and stomped. Maybe, not really sure, it made a loud noise and then we ran. I have no idea what it was. I am grateful it didn't follow. I don't know what we encountered, but I don't think it meant us harm. Pretty sure it was just watching us and maybe didn't expect us to turn and move towards it. It wanted us to just go away, and we sure did. Any thoughts on, what we may have seen? We googled eyeshine pictures, and the closest we could come to is a bobcat that I don't think are in the Stony Creek. Nor did they travel in packs. There were several sets of eyes, and I don't know. This has been bothering me for years. So this is my first time talking about this to anybody who isn't my most trusted person. I just want to know if anybody's experienced at least something similar to my experience. When I was very young, maybe 4 or 5 years old, I remember distinctly going every night to my parents' bedroom before they would go to sleep to look underneath it. I don't know why or what made me go look under their bed, but I remember clear as day that I would always see the exact same version of myself, wearing the same clothes every night, laying on her side under the bed. She would look like me, face and everything, exact same hair, same eyes, same hands, same tanned skin, but always this, same normal day-to-day clothes. As I would crouch and look at her for a second, I'd always then lay down too, so we would just stare at each other. She would always wear a white t-shirt with horizontal red stripes and a pair of blue shorts. She would just look like she was a sad version of myself. I don't know what that meant. This happened every night when I would go to sleep in my room. I've always been an empath. That's what people usually tell me. I've always wanted to know about this version of myself that I'd always see. It's still a mystery to me even after talking about it to my mom. We thought this entity or spirit or whatever it is would, be like a little sister. Like a little sister I would have had years ago. But unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be in the end. We kind of meditated and quote-unquote let her go. I don't know what to call it, but it still bothers me to this day. And so here I am, talking to y'all in hopes that somebody would have an experience like mine, or somebody could tell me what the other version of myself was. Also, I do want to mention that I had this other version of myself way back in my mind until I was told to do a dare, 3 months back, to do scrying. Staring at a mirror for so long that you see very strange things. What I saw at first was static around my face. It was getting darker and more hollow and very depressing. Then the memory of seeing her popped up in my mind, and I had to stop because I felt creeped out. Should I have done that? Was this a bad thing to do? Maybe. Anyone have an out-of-body experience? Ever see mini volcanoes on the ground during OBE? I've searched this in the past and never found anything, so thought I'd get the conversation started. So first off, I've had 2 out-of-body experiences when I was a teenager. Yeah, I know the difference between dreaming, lucid dreaming, and OBEs. The second OBE I had happened around 16. I lived in a 2-story condo and my bedroom was upstairs. So as I was trying to get to sleep, all of a sudden I began lifting out of my body. The first time it happened, it was a lot of fun. I was all over the place inside my house. The second time I was also excited and decided to go outside this time. So I floated through the window and was staring below from like a 2-story distance. I noticed homes, trees, and basically everything looked almost identical, just a sort of different hue of color. But then I looked below and saw what appeared like mini volcanoes coming out of the ground. So curious me decided to float over one, and as I was over one, I began slowly sinking inside of one of those volcanoes. Once inside, I saw what appeared to be almost demon-like creatures that were sticking out of the walls. Like the upper torso was coming out of the walls and the bottom part was either in the walls or non-existent. The creatures were trying to grab me as I floated down. The only thing I could feel was complete terror. Finally, I called to Jesus, and this white light came in and pulled me out. I don't remember if I woke up in my body after that or something else happened. It was so long ago. To be clear, I've never nor am I now religious. Guess the only reference to HP was Jesus, and it definitely did work. HP. Higher power? What do you guys think HP means? Other than health points. I'm not advertising Christianity. Secondly, I don't believe people get sent to hell for all eternity, although I do battle it out in my head with what happened to me. I'm just wondering what other perspectives may be of this. Or maybe somebody else has had these experiences and has more information to offer. Or maybe somebody's seeing a story similar to theirs and they don't feel alone. I met the Watford vampire. A month ago, I had this weird experience that I've posted about. You can go read that post if you want to, but I'll basically summarize it here. I'm a 22-year-old female. I'm from Watford, if that's how you say it. I met this guy at a pub. He had long white blonde hair, a slightly pointed nose, and looked like a guy in his early 30s. His voice was smooth and almost hypnotic. He had some sort of European accent. I remember that he never mentioned his name. But at that time, I didn't really think about it or realize that it was strange. We spoke for some time, but I don't remember even a single topic that we spoke about. That night, I dreamt of him along with dark corridors, the whispering voices. Everything was so vivid. I woke up with such a huge desire to take a walk and found myself that evening at the cemetery on Vicarage Road. It was very dark, but luckily not so cold out. Yet somehow I felt compelled to go there, like I was drawn there. As I walked through the cemetery, he appeared again. He just stood there as if standing in a cemetery at midnight isn't like the most normal thing to do in the world, but the next thing about him that turned my blood cold was his smile. And for some reason, I went towards him. We talked for a couple of minutes, and once again, I have no memory of the conversation. It's all just a blur. After a couple of minutes, I got this gut-wrenching feeling that I needed to leave. I made an excuse and I left. Something about him doesn't quite seem right, like he isn't quite a person. I've been reading accounts of this guy over the internet, all similar, and it made me realize that I encountered the Watford vampire. Somebody else even reached out to me saying that they had met him too. Stuff about this guy going all the way back to the 1980s, always with the same description. In the past month I've been back to the cemetery, but I've dreamed about him several times, with each dream more vivid than the last. Haunted Intercontinental, Manila. Back when I was still living in the Philippines, I worked at Intercontinental Manila. It's long been demolished. There were so many paranormal stories that employees shared throughout the 4 years I was there. Some I've experienced myself. One night while working night audit, I decided to use the lobby bathroom instead of the employee bathroom in the basement. It's because I was the only one at the desk and it'd be more convenient. When I turned around the corner leading to the men's room, there was an older gentleman, balding, stocky, and wearing plaid polo that was standing there. It was not a very clear image of him, but I saw more of an image pictured in my mind. I did my thing, and as I was getting out, he was still there, but I just shrugged it off and walked back to the front desk. The following night, I felt the need again to pee, and so I started walking toward the lobby bathroom. As soon as I turned around the corner, the same guy was there looking exactly the same as the previous night. I quickly turned around and ran back to the desk. Called our bellman who'd been working there for over 10 years. I asked him if there was a guest who died at that area. Across from the bathrooms was a lounge and a bar. He said yes. And without him describing the guy to me, I instead told him how he looked like. The look on his eyes was something I clearly remember to this day. My description completely matched what the guy looked like the night that he had a heart attack just outside the lounge. I have many more experiences at that hotel that I still remember clearly. I've heard of that hotel. Something unexplainable happened to me in the woods years ago. It's been on my mind ever since. So I live in the southwest of the UK. Years ago, when I was around 17, this would be about 15 years ago, I got kicked out by my mom I was living with. We had an argument. I wandered the streets that night trying to stay awake. I asked friends if I could stay with them. It wasn't an option, fortunately. At the time, I lived in a relatively new suburban area, so I decided to walk into a nearby woods that overlooked some farmland, hoping to watch the stars and find a place to sleep. This was around 2 a.m. There was a large wooded area near some flats, and I crawled through a thicket. It led me to an open space. As I walked through, it was pitch black, and I thought this would be a nice, safe area to try to sleep. As I laid down, suddenly I heard footsteps. They sounded heavy and loud, and it sounded like they were circling me. I froze and asked if anyone was there. The footsteps got faster and faster, pacing around me, and then I heard a deep growl. It sounded big. I panicked. I ran away through the thicket and onto the street. At the time, I had about £100 in my bank account. I wandered to a nearby hotel to see if I could get a room. They wouldn't let me in. I was cold, I was desperate, and I was scared. I walked to a nearby 24-hour shop, bought some snacks, a torch, and made my way back to the thicket. And this time I was armed with a light. When I returned to the woods, I heard the footsteps again. I quickly turned on the torch, shining it all around, looking for where the footsteps were coming from, but I couldn't see anything. Then I heard the growl again. It was deep and reverberating. It sounded like it was right next to me. I could hear it, but I couldn't see it. But it sounded big. But no matter how much I shone the torch, I couldn't see what was making the noise. I ran away to a nearby bus stop, spent the night there. But I was awake and I was scared. The next day I met up with a friend and told her what happened. I wanted to go investigate. Me and her went to go through the thicket into this open space. She was scared after the story I told her, but it was pretty much daylight at this point, but I went in again and she stayed outside. I heard the growl again really loud and really close, but it was daylight. I could hear it, but I couldn't see it. I know this sounds made up, but please, believe me, it scares the shit out of me. And nobody believes what I witnessed. If anybody had any similar stories, let me know. A strange happening in a very old house years ago. Back in 2011, my then boyfriend and I moved into a house that was almost 100 years old in Springfield, Missouri. It was a little thing near the MSU campus. We picked it because it was only $400 a month for rent. I should have known something was off when my landlord was giving me a tour and he took us through the back into the laundry room. What he said was, "This is the laundry room, entrance to the attic's up there. Don't ever go up there." I remember thinking, why would I go into the attic? And in his next breath he said, "It's not haunted or anything." Anyway, I was back in the same laundry room doing laundry one day. Now, what you have to understand is that my boyfriend was a huge skeptic. I've always been interested in the paranormal, but the idea that, till I experience it, I'm not sure if it was really real. I was putting clothes into the dryer and suddenly my boyfriend comes running full speed into the laundry room. "You okay?" he asked. I was obviously confused, told him I was fine, and I asked what was wrong. He stared at me and then he said, "You aren't coughing?" I told him I wasn't. He said, "You sounded like you were coughing so hard you were going to get sick." I said, "No, I wasn't coughing." He stared at me for a long time and then he said, "I guess I heard something else." I wish I could say that we had other examples, but that was it. I just wanted to get thoughts. Coincidence or haunting? Evidence found. So I dabble in the paranormal. I started opening myself back up to the spirit world. It's only been a week, but I'm already experiencing something. I lived in my house for 5 years. Normal little suburb. I think the neighborhood was built in the 80s. So my house was built in 1984. I've had weird little things here and there, hearing voices. Once my daughter and I both thought the other person had walked past their room, but nothing crazy. The first thing I noticed was my dreams, which are normally very convoluted and weird, but they became mundane in the last week. I'm just in normal places that I don't recognize, talking to regular people that I don't know. Wednesday night I had a dream where I was in my house, the first place I recognized. The person kept telling me, "You need to see what's in the bathroom. You need to see what's happened in the bathroom." The way they said it was strange, but I refused. Didn't look in the bathroom. The dream was so mundane I forgot about it until Thursday when I was taking a long shower. The water suddenly got cold. I didn't think much of it. It was a long shower. Turned off the water and I could hear music playing. There was a loud static sound over it and I was super confused. And then I saw the hot water faucet at the sink. It was on full blast. I was the only one home. Then I remembered the dream. Did some research. Found an article. I can provide this in the comments if allowed. Apparently there was a murder on my street. A 3-year-old boy and a 15-year-old babysitter were drowned in a bathtub. Oof. The bodies were found in scalding hot water. This was on my street, and they were murdered exactly 1 week before I was born. I want to dive deeper into this. What do you think? I don't think all this could be a coincidence. I had more dreams last night that I can't remember. So here goes. Girlfriend, female 19, moved to a new house recently, to which I've been over 2 times so far, this being the second visit. So everything was normal. We made breakfast in the morning, we hung out, we played board games, we chilled, we went to friends in the evening, and went home around 22:20. The moment I entered the house, I've had this dread, this feeling, this uneasiness. It's like I could feel something bad. At first, I just thought that I was being uneasy because it's a new environment, but no. We decided to watch some TV. We noticed that there was no signal. As the troubleshooting phase unfolded, my girlfriend told me that she felt way too uneasy, like someone was in the house even. Now I started worrying just a little bit. I searched the house. No one was there. At some point, we decided to go to sleep. We cuddled up, made sure that she was all warm and cozy, and then I tried to close my eyes. They remained open, staring at the ceiling for hours. Now, at bed, it got worse. My gut was so clenched up I thought I'd vomit. My brain and body was telling me to nope the fuck out of that house so hard and fast I'd break the sonic barrier running out of it. At 23:56, I checked my watch. The feeling got so bad, like someone or something was watching me and staring at me, right next to me from my right side. I was full of adrenaline. At the same time, my girlfriend on my left started trying to wake me up. She was feeling horrible. I turned slowly, and big surprise there, I saw no one but my girlfriend was practically hung on me from my left side. At that point, my girlfriend said that she felt my heart pump really fast. She got scared and said that she described the feeling almost like mine. I cannot freaking explain it, but last night was horrible. None of us had any sleep. I got really sad because I couldn't comfort her. I was unable to get her to sleep no matter how many times I said that I felt safe. There's nothing to worry about and all that. I got up multiple times to bring her snacks, and I've read that when your brain thinks it's in danger, eating something helps alleviate the stress. I don't know, it was just weird. This morning, my girlfriend woke up today and showed me that she had some small scratches and blood in her hand, which is a very weird thing. She doesn't remember, hitting it, and, wasn't there before going to bed. Fun little fact, that eating thing that they're talking about, where there's something in the brain that happens when either you're eating or you see someone eating. It's very cool. If you see a gunfight, start eating, and then their brains won't really be able to see you as being part of the situation. You're too busy doing what? Eating. Next story. Two weird circumstances in my house. Last night freaked me out. I'll preface all of this by saying my mom has previously told me that her side of the family's been very spiritual people. I personally am agnostic. I don't really know what my beliefs in the afterlife and ghosts are, but I am willing to keep an open mind about things. The previous night, around 1:30-ish a.m., I woke up in the middle of the night and wanted to go get a drink. Maybe a snack. Ended up going downstairs and drinking a bottle of juice, laid on a couch in my living room connected to the kitchen when I heard footsteps approaching from the hallway leading to the living room and kitchen. I have around 5 people in my house, including me. People coming down at 1 a.m. happens quite frequently, so I didn't even turn around. My family tend to be night owls, but it isn't like a typical thing that we all do every night. But it was familiar enough with somebody coming down to the kitchen for whatever reason. Didn't strike me as weird. I was facing the opposite direction of the hallway, and behind me scrolling on my phone when the footsteps stopped and an incredibly loud pop or clap-like noise happened probably a foot or two behind my head. The noises, including the footsteps, were enough for me to think somebody was behind the corner trying to prank me or something. My family isn't really one to do that, especially at 1 a.m. with other people sleeping. I asked if anybody was there, to complete silence. I was pretty freaked out, so I ended up just turning the corner and leaving upstairs to my room again. Now, this was convincing enough for me to think that there was a chance of a home intruder or a thief being in my house. Perhaps with the intention of freaking me out to leave the area. I've watched enough movies, to not want to investigate anything, so I went to sleep half expecting to be robbed. Thankfully, everything was fine when I woke up. The circumstance last night made me remember something from around a week ago, in which at the exact same spot in the house, and at 3 a.m. I was hit with incredible anxiety. I didn't think too much of it at the time, since maybe I was just tired. I'm a really chill person. I don't ever deal with paranoia, but sometimes things happen. The best way I could describe it was my senses picked up on something I didn't. It felt like my life was in danger. I watched this documentary way back that described, trust fear sometimes. Circumstances where people would pick up on things like somebody in their house just from fear alone. I agree. I turned my flashlight on, put it on my phone, and looked around the area. That was before heading to my room again. I know I said I wouldn't investigate previously, but in this circumstance there wasn't any proof. I just wanted to tell myself I was overreacting. My heart pounded for what felt like minutes after. It was a super strange experience. I thought maybe I got it in my head. Now after last night, I can't help but think maybe the two circumstances are connected. I spoke with my mother about this. That was this morning. She said not too long ago in the kitchen, she heard what felt like a woman say hello from the pantry area where no one was at. The house is new. Nobody died here or anything. I could just be tripping, but I thought I'd share now that it's fresh in my mind. Hopefully, if there's something trying to reach out, it's not malicious. However, walking behind somebody and clapping at 1:30 a.m. just seems rude. Childhood experiences. These experiences date back from what I recall to be 2007 to 2010. That was before we moved house. When I was super young, we lived in this old-ass house. From what my parents said, they'd think it was built in the 20s. The walls were plaster and it was practically crumbling around us. Sometimes during a very hot summer, some of the walls would crack a bit. I don't want to rule out an overstimulated mind or anything like that, but sometimes I had an overwhelming feeling of being watched, like somebody was at the door of my room. I remember feeling this way and feeling very uncomfortable. I'd take the PSP from my bedside and play games whilst I hid under the covers till it subsided to go back to sleep. We had a long hallway from the kitchen and living area to my parents' bedroom. Second lounge space, and we'd often hear footsteps, and when going out to check, the entire hallway would be empty. My dad, he was a bigger bloke, so you knew if it was him. When telling him about this, he would say similar things when he'd be watching TV late at night and hear footsteps or expecting me and my sister. Nothing would ever show up. We never saw any shadows or figures, but I just wanted to share these things as we recently went back there. The place has been knocked down. Replacing it is like units. I wonder if anybody living there is now experiencing anything similar. Ever since moving, I've never felt anything out of the ordinary or felt like I was being watched. I want to try and debunk it, but I want to believe it wasn't my mind playing tricks and it was something paranormal. A ghost got pissed at me being in the bathroom, I guess. So about 2 to 3 years ago, I want to say, I was home alone. My mom was taking my grandma to the doctor. My dad was at work. My 2 brothers were at school. I was homeschooled at the time, so I was the only one home. It was about 10 a.m. and I got up to use the bathroom. As I was sitting in the toilet just finishing up, I heard what sounded like heavy footsteps, like a man's footsteps, where, like heavy work boots, tiptoe or lightly step up the bathroom door. I could hear the floorboards creaking underneath the steps as well. It sounded right in front of the door, and I heard what sounded like a man sighing. I fucking froze. I sat staring at the door for a few seconds, thinking what to do. Then I jumped up, pulling my pants up, and rushed to the door and opened it. No one there. I ran around the house, yelling like a madman, like, "This is my house, get the fuck out, get out now." Stuff like that. Nobody was there. I even checked to see if my dad's car was here. It wasn't. Went back to the bathroom, finished up, washed my hands, and was too scared to go in my room because it was right in front of the bathroom. So I went and stood by the laundry room. That was for my mom to get back. And luckily, it was only a few minutes. While waiting, I kept checking everywhere to see if it was my dad. He does mess with me a lot. Couldn't find his car anywhere. Looked behind stuff, didn't hear any doors open, looked under the beds, and shit, no one was there. My mom got back and I told her about what happened. I asked if she could check to see where Daddy was. She checked Life 360, and he was pinged at work in another town like 30 minutes away. So it couldn't have been him. I asked her to check the house again because I'm really paranoid, but she just brushed it off and went outside for a smoke. To this day, I still don't know what the fuck that was. I'm saying ghosts. I tell my family the story sometimes. My dad will say that it was him, but it's not even possible because, again, I checked everywhere. Not to mention his details keep changing and he's that dumb little smirk on his face when he's lying. But most of the time, I can't tell when he's joking or not. I'm still saying ghosts because somehow that makes more sense than it being my dad. Well, I voted being your dad. As somebody who does generally believe, I think that one was your dad. I used to wake up under my bed, wedged between the wall and suitcases. So, some context here. This took place in an old house that was repurchased and renovated at least 50 years ago. It was the house that I grew up in. We moved out when I was about 5. I lived there with my mother, father, older brother, 5 years, older sister, 8 years. The name of the street is John Street. It's very close to what is now Port Dalhousie, still in St. Catharines. From what I understand, the structure served as a stationary military hospital. My sister told me this well after the fact. I tried to find specific information to verify this. So far, all I can confirm is that during the last several wars, World War I, World War II, maybe earlier conflicts, Port Dalhousie was an important strategical area. Given the fact it was a port, it used to have important railroad routes traveling through. So basically, I can't confirm with 100% certainty the house I grew up in was a military hospital at some point or not. So why is this important? Well, my sister recounted an incident in the house where she felt a presence in the doorway to her room. She saw the outline of a person wearing what she thought was a Mountie, like a Mountie hat, RCMP. She described what she saw as something that was transparent. She could only make out a faint outline but still see right through it. My sister had no medical history or condition with symptoms of hallucinations. This was also at night. My brother also saw something in the hall from outside of his bedroom. He said it was slightly opaque, white light. It was the outline of a woman in a beautiful dress. They walked across the doorway down the hall. He doesn't have a history of mental illness involving hallucinations either. So I wanted to establish this context before I actually describe my experiences in the same house. I was a child that scared relatively easily. Speaking from memory, while living at that house, I was extremely claustrophobic. During thunderstorms, I was terrified. I had to be soothed by my parents not be afraid. I was also afraid of the dark, and therefore afraid to go to the washroom in the middle of the night. It was very unusual at one time. I woke up in the morning to complete darkness. I was 4 years old, was under my bed, in between the wall and suitcases that my parents stored things in. I was all the way under the bed. I never had a history of sleepwalking. Then and up until present. I freaked right out. This was a child that would dare crawl under my bed in the darkness who thought that a monster might grab me if I got too close to the edge of my bed. My mother and sister said that they heard me screaming. They didn't know where I was. Eventually they found me, pulled me out, and had no clue why I'd go under the bed. But this isn't the only time this happened to me in that house. It happened maybe a handful of times. I don't remember each time, but I do remember it's terrifying each time. I didn't ask, but maybe they rearranged things so I couldn't get under the bed again in my sleep. It stopped after we moved out when I was about 5. Imagine being like 30 and still waking up under your bed. I'm almost jealous. The figure that stood at the end of my bed. This is an old story about the first paranormal experience that happened 17 years ago. This happened back when I was about 5. I lived in a trailer with my parents on a hill. It was in an isolated area in the middle of the woods. Only family and friends of family lived within the mountain area. One Saturday I asked my parents if my cousin Sarah, they were 6, they could stay the night since she only lived a few minutes away. My parents agreed and picked Sarah up at around maybe 8 o'clock. Me and Sarah ended up staying pretty late talking while my parents fell asleep in the living room. My bedroom was in the middle of the trailer with 2 open doorways to the hallway. Since I had no doors, we could pretty much light from the living room to mine. Well, as me and Sarah were talking, Sarah suddenly stopped talking and turned her head toward the end of my bed. My bed was one of those bunk beds that had storage cabinets at the bottom instead of another bed, so we were a bit elevated from the ground. I noticed her face had a look of horror, so I asked her what was wrong. She told me that there's something standing at the end of the bed. I turned to quickly look and saw a white-looking figure. It was standing still at the end of the bed. I was quick to believe it was probably just a clothes basket, and that stuff can look scary in the dark. That's what I told her. I knew that because I've mistaken objects in the dark for other things before. I was just trying to rationalize the situation so that Sarah wouldn't be afraid to come over again. And so I told her that I'll prove to her that it's just a basket at the end of the bed. Sarah begged me not to. I already started crawling to the end of my bed. I stared at what looked like a tall, whitish, blobbish figure. Looked back at Sarah and snuck my hand right through the figure. My heart dropped when I swatted my hand around and felt nothing. No basket, no object at all, but strangely it felt like I stuck my hand in a freezer. I quickly turned to look back at the figure with my hand still in it. I saw it form what looked like a face. I scrambled back to Sarah as fast as I could in absolute horror. Me and Sarah were freaking out at the other end of the bed, staring at this figure. Seeing it in that moment almost looked like a white silhouette of a man with long hair. He's just standing there, not moving in the slightest. Eventually, we came to the conclusion that our only options were that if one of us can either turn the lights on or run to the living room to get my parents, that the figure might go away. Me and Sarah argued who should be the one to do it. Eventually, I caved in and just went for the light switch. I took one last glance at the figure before flipping the light. Once the lights came on, it was gone. Flipped it back off just to make sure, and yep, it had disappeared for good. Me and my cousin ended up staying up till morning. I've told family about this and found out that her yard and most of the mountain area was actually native burial grounds. In fact, locals around the area nickname it Witch's Mountain, since there has been so many reports of witches living in the area back in the day. My family is very religious, don't like speaking much about the history, so I'm sorry I can't provide more information regarding that. 17 years later, both me and Sarah still remember this experience like it was just yesterday. Haunted new build. Just recently, some strange stuff has been happening in my house. Judging by the joists in the ceiling and their date of manufacture, I'd say the house is maybe 18 years old. After a week of moving in, we heard a loud crash upstairs to find perfume on the other side of our back bedroom. This was the first time anything had happened. I didn't think much of it. Every now and again, we heard creaks and cracks coming from that room, as our living room is directly below. Just recently, activities increased. I was in the shower around 7 weeks ago when I heard 2 knocks on the wall beside me. Again, backing into the same room, the perfume incident happened. On Friday evening, I heard what I thought was a child's voice say, "La la," at around 12 a.m., clear as day. Thought it was my girlfriend. Went downstairs and she was in bed, almost like somebody was mimicking a child. Wasn't her. Then this morning in the back bedroom again, we had a power socket switch itself on. I checked the OS maps and there's nothing but allotments on the area. Could somebody shed light, as I'm scared of that room now? Too many coincidences in such a short space of time. We've only been here for 7 months. Weird dream I had. So, background context. My grandfather passed away suddenly about a month ago. In my dream, I was at his trailer with my mom, my stepfather, and my uncle. We were cleaning out my grandfather's trailer and talking about him. Well, all of a sudden, I looked to my right down the hallway. There's a bathroom and a bedroom down this hallway. All of a sudden, this short man with a long beard walks out of the bedroom. He's probably like 5 foot, maybe a little more. But other than his long beard, I can't see the rest of his face. It's because he has an Irish-style hat, like the one from Peaky Blinders. Sorry, I don't know the name. He's wearing this hat, covering everything from his beard up, including his eyes. Immediately when I saw him in the dream, I knew it must have been a spirit. He wasn't angry. I didn't feel threatened or anything, but he turned toward me and pointed into the bedroom. He said nothing, just pointed. I then turned to my mom and asked if she could see him too. She couldn't, but she walked down the hallway toward the bedroom. As she did that, the man walked back into the bedroom. My mom got to the door frame, told me that she didn't know what I was talking about. Once again, the man comes back out of the room, walking through my mother. Once again, he just faced me, pointed at the room, walked back inside. When I headed over to the room, I looked inside and he wasn't there. It was just an empty room. I don't know what to make of this dream. Kind of creeping me out that I didn't know who this man was and I couldn't see his face either. But like I said, even though I knew he was a ghost in my dream, I wasn't scared of him. He didn't seem mean or anything, and I was just confused why I was the only one that could see him. It's like he wanted me to go into the room. Now, unfortunately, just before my grandfather passed, he sold the land that he lived on, planning to move in with my uncle. My family doesn't even own his trailer, but couldn't go back there even if I wanted to. Luckily, even his belongings have been cleared out. So if there was anything in there, my uncle would have it. Well, unless it was hidden somewhere. Not sure if this has anything to do with it, but growing up, my mom and grandfather told me many times about that land being haunted. There was an old barn on the property where somebody had hung themselves. I always heard stories about things going on in the barn or in his trailer. My father's warnings about jinn. My family are the kind of people, like, that weird things just happen to. I might add some bits and pieces of my own experiences as Halloween comes in, but right now, I have a question to ask Redditors about something that happened long ago. It's not much of a story, but I am hoping somebody smarter than me can work backwards and make a guess at what my dad might have experienced. My dad was from the UK, went to work in the Middle East in the 70s, just as oil was being discovered. He was always ready with stuff to tell about his adventures, but one time he came back from Saudi. He'd worked in lots of different states out there, so maybe I mistook this. But he was very quiet and subdued, and his habits changed. He sat me down and gave me these pieces of advice. 1. I was never to eat or drink from anything chipped. That rules out my, plates and cups. I was always to dispose of any hair or nail clippings by myself in some place nobody else would know or nobody else could access. Darn, I'm 2 for 2 now. 3. I was to stay away from the jinn or anybody who wanted to go looking for jinn, or anybody who said that they worked or had a relationship with jinn. I was just to avoid the whole subject. Okay, that one I do. I wanted to know why, like waiting for a good story, because we come from I guess they call it a Celtic stock. I just assumed it would be fairies and ghosts. To my surprise, he wouldn't tell me. This was totally unlike him. He just went very pale and told me that he had seen things, that I was to pay attention to the stuff above. He wasn't the kind of man who scares easily, or clams up, except for this one time. He never mentioned it to me again. Never told anybody anything about it. He's dead now, so I can't ask him. Or maybe I could, but I don't want to try. So, can anybody tell me, are the above bits of folklore related to jinn? I thought toenails and hair was Western witchy stuff. Has anybody had real experiences with these creatures? And I've read folklore, but nothing quite connects with the real sense I got off of him. And like I said, he was a confident man, quite brave. It was the only time I'd ever really seen him spooked. I don't know about you guys out there, but apparently, we should be having a very hidden place for our toenails and the like. And if you have something that's broken, apparently you're inviting something back in. So I don't know about you guys, but doors seem to be wide open over here. Sweet dreams.